Hello everyone, my name is Philip, the host of the Backslog, and this is the re-upload for episode 2. The explanation for why we are re-uploading all of these is at the start of the re-upload for episode 1, so if you're curious as to why you're seeing all these again, you can head on over there and hear what I have to say. For episode 2, it is the second part of the media we experienced in 2023, and a lot of what I have to say about part 1 also applies to part 2. Except this time around, it's over 4 hours long. This is by far the longest episode of the Backslog up until this point, and it's probably gonna remain as such going forward. The simple reason for that is because Zen doesn't like talking continuously for more than 2.5 hours, and honestly, I can't blame her. That is utter hell on your vocal cords, even if you are bouncing back and forth between two other people. 2.5 hours is usually what we strive towards as far as length is concerned for the Backslog, and it's also the max amount of time that Kat, Doug, and Zen will go for the Disney debate, just in case you were curious. Who knows, maybe there'll be some exceptions going forward, but only time will tell. As far as notes for this time are concerned, like I said, it's largely the same as part 1, except I do have 2 things I want to talk about. For one thing, this is unfortunately the only episode in which my mic quality is actually significantly worse than the other episodes. The reason for this was because I was using my headset microphone as opposed to my Rode NT USB microphone. My Rode mic isn't the best thing I could possibly use, given that it is just a simple plug-in and use microphone. That said, it gets the job done just fine, and it's what I've been using for a few years now, so, you know, lay off. I would typically use my headset microphone for streams, which is probably why I used it here, but in retrospect, I really wish I didn't, because it sounds significantly worse than the other episodes, but oh well, my voice is still audible, and it could have come out a whole lot worse than it actually ends up being, so what are you gonna do? My other note is something that could have applied to episode 1 as well, but I wanted to save it for here since it felt more appropriate. Of the first 7 episodes of the Backslog, the first 4 of them were recorded with music playing in the background. I ended up doing this because I wanted some tracks playing in the background to accompany our discussion. I just thought it would sound nice. That said, when you're managing the audio of the music and your microphone and of Discord all at the same time while you're streaming, it's kind of hard to gauge how everything sounds without breaking the flow of the conversation and asking chat about it, you know? This is also why my audio is considerably quieter than Zen's, Tifa's, and the music in basically all of the episodes now that I think about it. I greatly failed to realize just how quiet I sound in comparison to everything else, and it's something I really want to pay attention to for episode 8 and onward. So for all the Fate's Day Night episodes, I basically just omitted music entirely and just had our audio play. I'm still a little unsure of how we want to move forward, but I think the idea I'm going to run with is that we'll stream the episodes without any music in the background, and then I'll implement music later on in post. I want to try and be as hands-off of the editing for this series as I can because, again, like I said in part 1, we already have a lot of things to juggle, so if I don't have to edit another series on top of the Disney debate and scripted videos and other extra videos on top of that and bun plays, then it'll save a lot of headache for both me and Tifa. That said, putting in music is very easy and doesn't take more than an hour, so I don't think it'll be that much of an issue. So with that being said, that's my preamble over, and I hope you guys enjoy the video.
Hello, everybody. I'm Zenith Warrior Princess, the cutest of ghost buns, and welcome back to the Backslog, where we talk about various different things that we did throughout the year. Joining me today is Kana at my feet. Kana says hello. She's very cute and fluffy. We're also being joined by our usual co-hosts, Tifa Gutslove. How's it going, Tifa?
I think I'm working hard, but also feeling like I'm hardly working.
How about hardly laughing?
You're doing great, Tifa. You're doing great. And Phil, how's it going? You're fired, by the way.
It's going good. Let's just pretend like my microphone didn't crap out at first and that we didn't have to start recording again. But anyway, I'm doing good. It's been kind of a subpar week. I've just been laying around because we had a long weekend and it was Labor Day here in Australia and I was just relaxing the entire time. But I'm ready to get back into work and for us to tackle the second half of our 2023 list.
Yeah, it's time. Before we begin, I mean, I've had a pretty good week. Been very busy, doing lots of house tours. Stuff just builds up, like, after a while, and I'm just, like, running around doing everything, getting groceries, doing stuff. But also, Phil, we finished scripting the finalized Chapter 5 Danganronpa 2 script. So, like, we're making progress. we're actually making progress, and we're gonna start on chapter 6 very soon. So
Yeah. And
stuff is being happening.
let's get some music in here as well for us to have into the background.
But yeah, we're working hard on stuff. I have been nonstop like, okay, let's get this done, like get this done, and this done, and get this done. So yeah, it's being worked on. I promise.
Yeah.
Phil, stop yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you.
No, you're yelling at me to finish Dr. Alpha. I could hear it.
Yeah, well, finish Danganronpa then. Okay. With that said, let us jump in to basically where we left off. In case you are watching this stream not having seen the first one, well, first of all, go watch that stream. But just to catch people up, anyways. Last time we began the Backslog by going through all of the media we experienced in 2023 and just kind of sharing our experiences and like what we watched and just what we had gone through throughout last year, whether it be shows or games or movies. We're just going through everything that we experienced. I had talked about essentially everything I did in the first half of the year. I talked about everything I watched in Macedonia and in America during my big trip that I went through about April or June. I talked about playing Sly 1 again and all that stuff.
Sly Raccoon, the best Sly Cooper, Sly Raccoon.
Shut up. Tifa ended up talking about Genshin Impact and the Trolls trilogy and Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Meanwhile, Zen got to talk about Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, Multiverses, Sonic CD, and just Sonic in general. And
we talked a lot of things. Speaking of Trolls, I don't know if I talked about it last time. I was in the store the other day. I saw a video game for Trolls, and it looked like a rhythm game. I was gonna get it if it was like anything other than a rhythm
honey,
game.
No. Don't fall for
Don't get the game.
movie tie-ins. Don't fall for the movie tie-ins.
But if it was not a rhythm game, I would have gotten it.
Is this Trolls Remix Rescue?
Yeah.
Honey, no. Stick to the movies.
70 AUD for a fucking Trolls tie-in? No, thank you.
Yeah, it was not worth it. It was on sale used. I'll talk about like stuff that I bought in a little bit, but like I recently went to the store and I saw Trolls and I'm just like I was thinking about it for the price because it was like maybe $15, but like it's still even then.
God. But with that being said, did we want to get started?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will start us off. Hello, chat. I don't know if anyone else is here. Phil will let me know.
Rosen popped in for a little bit, but at the moment it doesn't seem like we have really all that many people. I did a piss poor job of advertising this one, so that is on me. I apologize. But
Kana says you're fired.
Judging from the last episode, which got a pretty good reaction after the fact, I think that we'll be doing good with the stream as well. But we shall see. With that being said, though,
let us talk about Astro's Playroom. Now, a while back, a couple years ago, It's a really interesting story. Basically, there used to be a shortage on PlayStation 5s. And like there was a time where
remembers.
yeah, because it's still almost there. Like we're only just out of that cusp of that, but like there was a huge shortage. And about a year or two ago, like I got an email and it was from the official like Sony account. It's just like, hey, you could get a chance to get a PlayStation 5. And I looked and, the email was legit. Everything looked legit. So I went in, it's like, so you went in and, like, you were waiting 2 hours. And then the next, like, you get queued up for the next day. You wait another couple hours. And then you're in a queue. And then you got a chance to buy a PlayStation 5. And I jumped at the chance because, people wanted me to play some PlayStation 5 games, especially Astro's Playroom. So I magically got a chance to get a PS5, and it showed up, and I was very surprised. But that is how I managed to acquire one. It was very random. I was not seeking it out, but I got it. And so one of the first games that I streamed for people back then was Astro's Playroom. Now, I recently replayed it because back then I didn't have any way of hearing the audio in the stream. Now I do, but like I wanted to actually hear the music. And so I played Astro's Playroom again. Previously we streamed it in about like 6.5 hours. I completed it again about 4. But I had a lot of fun with this one. I do have some history. Astro's Playroom is kind of like another one of those let's see, like when the PS3 came out, there was like a game called The Playroom, which was like a demo of how the PS3 run, and they did the same thing with the VR and the PS4. And like, it's in the same vein of Welcome Park for the Vita. These are games that just like, hey, get to know your software type games.
Yeah.
And that's where Astro originated. And then VR had, I think, Astrobot Rescue Mission, which I haven't played yet because I have VR, but it hurts my eyes. And it's like, it's one of those things where I wish I didn't need glasses.
I would get
but I
would get PSVR, but the thing is, it's like it's a lot of money for something I'm not going to use most of the time is the thing. Like, I'm fine in terms of, like, the fact that, like, I don't think it gives me headaches a whole lot. But, like, it's a lot of money, and it's like, if I'm going to get VR headset, it'd probably be for the PC anyway, not on a...
The stupid thing was they kept advertising VR as, like, oh, yeah, it's comfortable even though I wear glasses. And it's like, yeah, it was comfortable for a while, but not for a very long time. And also, it still hurt my eyes. So it's like, even then, like, it's one of those things I can't play for too long. I liked the experience of VR, but I was never, like, huge into it. So maybe I'll try Astrobot Rescue Mission. I hear it's one of the best games for the console. But that's where, like, Astro kind of originated from. Astro's Playroom is a collectathon platformer, but it's actually like a legit fantastic time. It's not super in depth. I managed to complete it again in 4 hours after, like, you know, when I wasn't streaming it and interrupting myself. And it has great production values. It really sells you on the controller technology. And some of it is a gimmick. I don't like some of the things, but for the most part, I really enjoyed a lot of levels. I think it was, you know, it is legitimately worth buying the console to get this free pack-in title.
And you
and
had talked about it. I can't remember if it was the 2021 or 2022 games that you played video, but like you had talked about it previously. What were the additional playthroughs you did of it this time in 2023?
I mostly just started from scratch. I had all the trophies, so I was just like going back through it again. I did better in the speed run this time around, actually. My best time was 6 minutes and 34 seconds.
Nice.
So like I beat 5 of my previous individual records, and like I got better at the speed run. That's what I really found I liked the best about this, because like the collectathon platformer aspect of it is still fantastic. It just, I noticed more the gimmick of the controller sections and the monkey parts. I'm sorry, I've never been a fan of the what's it called? The tilting and turning the controller to glide. What's it called? It's 6-axis controls.
Yeah,
it's still there.
Yeah.
It hasn't improved. So it's like, that's not really selling me, but everything else was great. Like, the music is fantastic. I love the music on display. I love the controller functionality. I love Astro. I love their references. But, you know, for me, the speed run was where I got a lot of my time in, and I was just like beating other people's records. And I think it's kind of like Sonic in that way, because I started getting, you know, when I played Sonic CD, as I said before, I started getting to speed running. I've never really been into that, but with the Sonic's Gems collection, you unlock things by speed running, and I was just like, okay, let me try this at Astro, and it's like, it really kind of got me into a new aspect of this game, and I think it's fantastic. I know more Sonic games do the speed run stuff, so I'm definitely gonna get into that in the future. The fact that this game is free pack and title is fantastic, still a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think the fact that it's short really matters too much, because it is a pack-in title that, like, everyone who gets a PS5 is going to have. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it is free. The fact that it's 4 hours is not that big of a detriment, simply because, like, it's 4 hours of gameplay while you're waiting for something else to download and install.
Yeah, I basically did that with this game and Deathloop. Because when I got my PS5 in like September of 2021, Deathloop had just come out, and that was like my, you know, okay, I got the PS5, and now let's get a game for it. And that ended up being Deathloop. Deathloop's a good game. Not amazing, like all the reviews were making out to me, but it was pretty good. But
Astro is probably better than Deathloop.
Probably. I haven't played Astro since then. It's been like, you know, about 2.5 years since I played it, but everything I remember about it, you know, was really good. I like the ways in which it incorporated the 6-axis, like not 6-axis, but like the different capabilities of the DualSense. I really liked, you know, it just really showed me just how good you can make that. Like how good you can make that, like the rumble in the controller. I will say on your 6-axis point, what pisses me off about 6-axis is that like most knockoff PS3 controllers don't have 6-axis. It's a gamble whether or not they will have it, and so for games that require the 6-axis, like Sly 4, you're basically fucked if you're using a knockoff PS3 controller, you know. So that
which is why I need to test out the one that Tifa gave me, but I'm hoping that it's I'm gonna test it out and see if the 6-axis works. But I've never been a huge on the 6-axis. It sounded good in theory, but like when I played on the PS3, 6-axis never really took off in my mind. It was a gimmick. It was more like it. Let me put it this way: the PlayStation Move was better than the 6-axis. That's saying a whole lot. But even now, like the fact that the DualSense hasn't improved 6-axis since then, like the DualSense controller has done so much. The touchpad is amazing. The sensitivity for the triggers, the adaptive triggers, and the fact that you can feel different vibrations for different sensitivities. Like it improves so much over the previous controllers, but not the 6-axis.
Do you have anything to say on Astro, Tifa?
Funny enough that how Zen was telling her story about how she got the PlayStation 5, something similar to me happened, but the funny thing was that after getting the legitimate email, I thought, okay, they're gonna start the thing on a certain date, and I'm gonna have like a reminder email. And when I checked the email again, because I was like, wait a minute, when is the sale gonna start? And when I checked, it was already like an hour after the sale opened and everything was sold. And I was like, fuck, I missed out. And if it weren't for the Twitter page, Cheap Ass Gamer, and yes, that's how it's called.
Oh yeah, he does great. Cheap Ass Gamer is amazing.
Yeah, I got like a notification 5 minutes before a sale was gonna start, and I was like, no, gotta run. And so I managed to get the thing. I got my PlayStation 5 and I was happy because I was like, this is the first and only console that I bought that was still like in its like beginner years, like 2 or 3 years, I can't remember. I think it was in 2022 when I got it, and it's like the first console that I ever got that wasn't like already midway through its lifetime, which was always the case with the other consoles that I have. So it made me happy. I was happy, and I played Astro's Playroom, it was fun. I liked all of the references that they had and how different it was by using like the dual sense shock, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember. To show off like the capabilities of the controller, XYZ, and it rumbles, and the sensitivity of the buttons. It was fun. And yes, I completed that crap because I am a completionist bitch. Not all the time, but
I
sometimes.
blame myself for that. I blame myself because I egg her on.
Yes. But Astro's Playroom is really easy to complete, so there's no problem.
Yeah.
It's a fun thing.
This time.
With that said, Tifa, do you want to move on to your first topic for today's video?
Yes, of course. It all revolves around one topic.
Trolls?
Pokemon.
Yeah, like last time, we are going to be grouping some things together, just for the sake of time. And in Tifa's case, she's got 2 things regarding Pokemon to talk about.
Yep. Since I do have a subscription to the Nintendo Online thingy, I do have access to the console games that they have, like Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance, regular Game Boy, XYZ. And so I felt a little bit nostalgic, so I wanted to play Pokemon Snap. I played that game like crazy when I was younger in the Nintendo 64, and I wanted to relive some nostalgia. I pretty much like blazed through that game because I knew what to do. I didn't have a guide when I was a kid. I just threw apples, threw pester balls, pressed the flute, whatever I could do to try to discover things. And since I already had that knowledge, it was easy peasy lemon squeezy. I knew how to activate the evolution for Magikarp. I knew how to summon Starmie after taking pictures of the Staryu that float around because, oh my god, the Staryu, like, oh my god, they fly. And they're difficult to get because you need to get a picture like at the center to get them. And when you reach a certain point in a certain stage, you get them to dive into a whirlpool so that they can evolve into Starmies. And
Did you get a picture of Pikachu on a stump?
2 Pikachu on 2 stumps. Ha ha ha. See, I know pretty much every secret. I don't know if I have all of the secrets because I never bothered to check up a guide, but I know so many secrets.
Yeah,
so
but
many secrets.
Tifa, did you catch a Mew?
Yes.
Did you catch Mew?
I need to actually, like, when I was a kid, I never owned an N64. So, like, my biggest thing is I would love to have played more than the first level, but I never did.
Oh.
Yeah, of all the actually thinking about it, of all the 3D, like of all the consoles that have come out since the dawn of like 3D gaming, with the 5th gen, I think it's 5th gen, yeah, because GameCube is 6th, Wii is 7th, yeah, okay, it's 5th. Since the 5th gen, like of all the consoles that have come out, I think the N64 might be one of the consoles I've played the least of, in terms of like its library.
It's also had the least re-releases. Like, say what you will about GameCube, at least they have put some GameCube games on the Switch.
Say that to Super Mario Sunshine. The only re-release that game's had is the 3D All-Stars Collection, which got delisted.
Yeah.
Which I have.
I have it too.
Because you're lucky.
But yeah, so
but like they put Pikmin on it and stuff, so you know.
Yeah, like the N64 was just like, it was the generation before my time, basically. Because I'm a PS2 kid. But yeah, it's like when I first played the N64, I was just like, why does this controller have its dick hanging out?
Oh my goodness. Well, regarding that, I wanted to play the new Pokemon Snap game, but I wanted to relive my nostalgia, and I have yet to play the new Pokemon Snap. I do own it, but because I'm still in the process of moving, I had to put that game in storage. So I had to relive my nostalgia through Pokemon Snap. Aside from
yes, Get all the pictures, all of them.
Aside from all of that, I also played the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, both the teal mask and the indigo disc. The indigo disc I have yet to finish because I got distracted by other games, but I did start the first part where in the teal mask it's pretty much the tale of Momotaro or Peach Boy, which everybody knows this story about, like, oh, a little boy who grows from a peach, and then he goes on a journey to fight off the Oni at Oni Island, gets 3 friends in the form of a dog, a pheasant, and a monkey. Not in that order. But in Pokemon, they decided to flip the script in which, oh, yes, you do get this story about how these 3 heroes, which are the pheasant, the monkey, and the dog, fighting off this ogre. But in actuality, the ogre was kind, and these 3 heroes were actually bullies. They were dicks. and I really liked it because Ogerpon is a girl, and I'm like, yes, we need more girl legendaries. Heck yeah. And we also got 2 new characters, which are Carmine and oh god, I'm forgetting his name because Carmine calls him Kiki, her little brother. And they get this whole ass villain arc for Kiki. Again, I can't remember the name of the character. I just remember the nickname Kiki.
Kieran?
Kieran, thank you.
Yeah,
Kieran,
I ended up looking them up.
Thank you so much. Kieran is a huge fan of the Oni tale, and his family are actually descendants of the guy who befriended the ogre way back in the day. But the grandparents have yet to tell him or anything about the actual truth of the story, because their little town celebrate the festival of the 3 heroes, and well, they don't want to ruin the thing, so it's a secret that we have to keep. But of course, throughout the DLC, you reveal the actual truth and tell the people hey, it's the 3 heroes were dicks, that the ogre just wanted to be friends, blah blah blah. And so fast forward, Kieran is very pissed off because not only did you, the first friend that he's made in a long time, because he was very shy, not only did you lie to him because his sister Carmine was like, hey, let's stay quiet about the ogre, let's not tell Kieran yet. And so misunderstandings, Kieran feels betrayed and goes through a whole ass villain arc that continues on the Indigo
like
disc.
Pokemon does.
And
Pokemans.
when I saw Kieran again, I was like, that's not my baby. My baby is going through an emo phase. No. And Kieran just uprooted his old personality. Instead of being the shy guy, the shy little baby boy, he is now the bully.
See, I did like the look of Scarlet and Violet. Some things about the story from what I've seen don't click with me as much as others, but then there's parts of the story that really do. Main reason I haven't gotten it is because I am not supporting Nintendo just, forcing Game Freak. Or no, I'm not supporting.
No, it's Game Freak.
Yeah, I'm not supporting the higher ups of Game Freak pushing out this game when it wasn't done, after, and just and crunching their developers. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if official reports of crunching have come out. I would have to assume that there is, considering just how unpolished this game ended up.
Not to mention, you have to take into consideration the release, the release schedules of the games, because it's been pretty much every 3 to 4 years, and since the last Pokemon Presents, the Pokemon live stream that we had earlier throughout, I think it was last month, we expected that they were gonna announce a new game for this year, but it turns out it got pushed to next year, which is gonna be the new Legends game.
Yeah,
which everybody was super surprised.
And knowing what they did for the last. Knowing what they did for the last game, I'm not going to be surprised if it's okay, yeah, it comes out 2025. Comes out January 2025. I'm fully expecting that to happen. But I'll be happy to be wrong. I'll be happy to be wrong, because I do want a Pokemon game that doesn't feel like it was rushed. I do hear good things about Legends Arceus, so I do hope that Legends ZA ends up being really good. But yeah, it's hard for me to get excited for a lot of Pokemon things when it's just like Nintendo keeps rushing them out, and I'm just like, look, I want to.
I would say more Game Freak than Nintendo, because
Yeah,
remember what happened with Animal Crossing?
Assume I mean what, like, assume it's what, like, I'm talking about Game Freak whenever I say Nintendo, like, you know, they're one in the same, you know.
Yeah. So I was playing the DLC. I have before I paused, I was already like finished with the whole like Blueberry Elite Four, which is the third school, Blueberry Academy, because we have three schools, Uva and Naranja for Scarlet and Violet, and then we got the Blueberry Academy, which is the third school, just for the games, for the DLC. And I thought it was good. A little bit wordy here and there, because that's been like a thing lately for Pokemon. It's very wordy, and they just don't want to use voice acting. And I'm like, bruh, just voice act. It's one of my biggest problems with Genshin as well, because there's so many like missions where it's very, very wordy, but there's no voice acting. And I'm like, skip, just skip for the love of God. But still, it was fun. I was trying to complete the Pokedex when Indigo Disc came out, because I am a completionist. I've always been completing my Pokedex every time I get a new game, and I just need to get a few more Pokemon, and my Pokedex is complete.
Yeah.
And now with the frickin' ZA, I'm gonna get more Pokemon.
Speaking of ZA, I'm like, I need to play Pokemon Legends and actually like finish more than 2 hours, and because ZA is basically the next Arceus game, which I'm like, yes,
Viva
I
la
wanted
France!
it.
It's the next legend. It's the next Legends game, and I like how it took everyone off guard, because it's like, oh, next game's gonna be a Johto remake in the Let's Go style. No, the next game's gonna be a Black and White remake, because now it's Gen 5's turn. Speaking of which, I am so looking forward to people losing their shit, partially like valid, when a Gen 5 remake comes out and it ends up looking worse than the DS games do. I
hope not.
Yeah,
because I remember playing that game when I was in university.
Just like, because by and large, the 3D Pokemon games mostly all look the same, is the thing. And it's like, it wasn't until I think Scarlet and Violet when they really got like the animation down for like, you know, the characters and the Pokemon. So
mostly the character design for the human characters.
Yeah,
they did change it up a little bit, and I think it's for the better.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we just need to go back to Pokemon Coliseum models. Ride that surf.
Yeah, but for sure the human models look better, because if you got like, it's always going to remain one of my biggest issues with Sword and Shield, where it's like, we took out a lot of the features of Sword and Shield, so we can focus on the animation, and the animation is like mostly reused shit from Gen 7 and 6 from the 3DS. It's like, you liars, you big liars.
And still, it looks very unpolished.
Yeah, it's like, but
they've
like,
been frozen rock solid.
But yeah, it's like, so, and especially if they outsource it like they did with Gen 4, and Gen 4 looks really stiff and really not good. So like, when they remake Gen 5, it's like, I'm hoping it looks good, but it's just like, I'm expecting it to look so much worse than it did on the DS. But what I was gonna say is, I do like how the fact that it's a Kalos game took everyone off guard, and you know what?
Yeah, it's because unfortunately, like, for me, Kalos is a little bit forgettable, but to be fair, the bad guys, Team Flare, were forgettable. I remember being all over that game when it first came out, because it's another game that I played when I was in university. There were 2 freaking Pokemon generations that came out when I was like in college, when I was in university, and seeing everything like turn from 2D sprites to 3D was a big step. And when I saw that in the Pokemon Presents, I was like, wait a minute, we're going back to Kalos? Wow.
Yeah.
Like I was surprised. Like just like with everybody else, I was taken aback. I was like, really? We're going back to France. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And we are finally getting the Pokemon Z that we wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. 'Cause it was with Gen 6. It was with Gen 5 and 6 that they really stopped doing the updated
third one.
the updated
Yeah.
version. Yeah.
Which gives us hope that Pokemon Gun will actually show up at one point with the guy with the gun hairdo being
Oh
that
my
guy
God,
from the
no.
Fifth Element.
God.
Jesus.
But to go
So I don't have too much like to say about Pokemon because I stopped playing in Gen 2. I really want to get back into it. It just hasn't been my thing lately, but I am excited for ZA. Snap would be more my speed.
Yeah.
I am getting more into Shin Megumi Tensei. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not
Shin
gonna
Megami Tensei.
not gonna be that guy.
You and your weeb games.
With that being said, to go into my first pass of things to talk about, I want to talk about the games that I streamed this past year. Streamed and also I want to talk about Epithet Erase because simply put, I didn't have a good enough category to like lump it into in terms of everything else I wanted to talk about. So let's talk about that first. Epithet Erased. If you don't know what Epithet Erased is, it is the series created by Brendan Blaber, aka Jello Apocalypse. It is a series where it was. Okay, let me turn the music slightly down, just ever so slightly. There we go. But yeah, so it is a series made by Jello Apocalypse, where its premise is that it is a world kind of like My Hero Academia, where most of the population have these powers called epithets, where unlike quirks, where it's like, it's a very specific thing, epithets basically take a word like dumb or soup or just any random. Fired. Yeah. You joke, but that
you said yeah. You agree.
You joke, but like that fired could be a word. Like it could be like any word, and then the power is the power for these people is basically anything you could possibly conceive of with that word. Like it becomes you can use it as a power. So like the main character Molly. Her power or her epithet is dumb. So like she can dumb down like the sound around her. So like she can create a little bubble for herself where it dumbs down all the sound around her, and like she can just like be in like peace and quiet like within this bubble. She has the power to like dumb down someone's intelligence. She has the power to dumb down someone's pain. It's not a very offensive, power, but like it's a very creative one in the sense of like just dumbing down things around her. It's really really fun, and it started as an animated series that covered the first 2 arcs. Because the thing about Epithet Erased is that it's based on a tabletop game that it's an improv tabletop game that like Jello ran with his friends called Anime Campaign, which is mostly not online anymore because he wanted to avoid people getting spoiled for Epithet, and he's been re-releasing it as every single arc gets made into Epithet. And so it started as an animated series covering the first 2 arcs, but the behind the scenes production for Epithet Erase was such a production hell, and as well as the fact that like making a season 2 would cost so much money that at the end of the day Brendan just said, you know what, fuck this, and he's making Epithet books now, and he's basically adapting the entire story in book format as opposed to making an animated series. And you know what, kudos to him. I haven't read all of Prisoner Plastic yet, although I do have to thank Zen.
Merry Christmas, by the way.
Yeah, I do have to thank Zen because one of her Christmas presents to me was getting me the Prisoner Plastic hardcover. So, and that was really nice of her. I haven't read all of it yet, but it's really good from what I have read so far. And then, coming up now, we have the novelizations of the first 2 arcs, which is what the first season of the show is. And then we also have a 4th book on the way as well, so I can't wait for all of that. It's a really fun world. I do recommend, I know Tifa has seen the first season of the show. I do recommend reading Prison of Plastic, Tifa, and for you, Zen, I do recommend watching the show as well, because it is such a fun watch. We have, like, a lot of talent.
Maybe for a future Backslog, we do have, unfortunately, a lot of stuff that I need to watch coming
Yeah.
Too much things.
I do get ya. At the very least, excuse me. At the very least, Epithet Erased is like a very breezy watch. It's only 7 episodes. So yeah, it's really fun. The voice cast is the best aspect of the show. That you can just tell that like they had a ton of fun recording the show, and Brendan had a lot of fun like voice directing them. It's like the best voice characters are Molly and Giovanni Patage. They're voiced by Danny Chambers and what was his name? Kyle Iglesias. Oh, what was his name? Hold on.
Death approaches.
Kyle Ignacy, that's his name. He and Danny did a phenomenal job as basically the 2 main leads, those being Molly and Giovanni. They were the best. Tifa, do you have anything to say about Epithet?
Soup.
Bunny.
Soup.
But that's my epithet is bunny.
Do you have anything else to say, Tifa?
I don't know what my epithet would be. I have no clue. It would be something stupid.
Phil, you're a nerd.
Tifa, do you have anything else to say?
Sorry. Well, I remember watching Epithet Erased out of curiosity, and at first I was like, what the heck is it? What the heck is up with this like narration style? This is a little bit odd. But then, of course, as we would say in Spanish, me cayó el 20, aka it finally clicked in my brain that it's like, wait a minute, it's a freaking D&D campaign. Duh.
Yeah, it's structured very much like that. That's what the top down view is for, where you see only like character. It's basically like online I forget the name of it, but like the online D&D like board you can do. I think its name's Roll20, where you can have like your character icons going by like a D&D board. It's basically that. And it's really fun. It's a really interesting style. It's like a mix of like, it has narration, it has like a Roll20 board. It has like it's all this stuff. It's a really fun concept, because like it's there's only like 3 scenes in it that are like fully animated. Those being the opening and then like the final attacks for both arcs. And those were done by Powerhouse, which are the same guys who did Netflix Castlevania. So that's really nice.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
oh
really,
God.
yeah.
Aside from that, I really enjoyed it when I've watched it. Molly needs to be protected at all costs. Her dad can go down a hole.
Yeah. And I, from what I hear from like the rest of Prison of Plastic, he gets even worse in Prison of Plastic.
Oh no. I don't want to deal with that bullshit.
Yeah. At the very least, the series has like no intentions of like justifying his actions.
Thank God. Because people tend to be like, oh no, like, he's actually a good guy. Just give him a chance. And I'm like, no. He pretty much has his little girl pretty much do everything for him, and that is some bullshit.
And her sister is also a brat. Yeah. Read Prison of Plastic. Go show Jello Apocalypse some love. I do know that the second arc of the series, which is the Redwood Run arc, that isn't as loved as the first arc. And truth be told, I like the first arc more than the second as well. But I actually still have to give her credit because I really love Percy. I love that she got the chance to like take the spotlight. Ramsey is a fun personality, like, and like just seeing him interact with Percy is like a really fun dynamic. And then Zora is awesome. She's such a good villain, and I like her. I like her power. I forget the name of it. Let me just quickly search up the exact name of her power. Epithet Sundial. Yes. So what Sundial is basically she has the ability to like turn things. And this extends to like the you know, because as with the like, you know, basically she can turn things to where, you know, if how do I explain this? Because that's not a very good way of explaining it. Basically, a sundial, like, God, I'm getting such big brain fart from this. God, why can't I just... Okay, I'm just gonna read what's on her wiki, so I don't embarrass myself anymore. Her epithet sundial allows her to dial things forward and backwards in any process, which includes gravity, inertia, the cycle of the sun, and even a person's lifespan. So it is a crazy busted power, and I really love it.
That is insane.
Nerd.
Hey, that's my word.
That's your epithet?
Yes.
With that said, do you have anything to say on epithet, Zen? I know you haven't seen it, but you know.
I can't really comment. I mean, I like the look of the main character, but I mean, I got you the book without really looking at it because I wanted to surprise you. So
yeah,
she baby, she baby because she's precious.
She is a precious baby. As far as stream games are concerned, I'm not really going to talk too much about them because you can see, you know, my entire thoughts having streamed them over on Bun Squad Gaming. But for last year, I had played the...
Phil took over my channel. Phil took over the channel. It's supposed to be my channel, is with the Bun plays and me playing, you know, stuff and rolling being a myth and Sonic.
Then why am
but no.
Why am I in the channel banner?
Shut up.
Oh my.
So I played the Pajama Sam trilogy as well as Sonic Superstars, which Sonic Superstars, I have to give a major shout out to Darren Eschenauer. When I explained to him that like, or when I just expressed on Twitter that like, oh, you know, I'm probably not going to be able to get around to playing Sonic Superstars until much later because like just I'm saving up for like a whole lot of other stuff, both, you know, for stuff to play and watch and stuff, as well as just real life shit I have to worry about. And he was like, well, I can help you out with that. And then he bought me Sonic Superstars, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, don't expect this to be a regular thing. And I'm like, I'm surprised you did it at all. What the shit are you talking about?
And then he goes around and he gets you Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, because I'd explained on Twitter that, like, you know, when Akira Toriyama died, and, you know, may he rest in peace. He was, you know, such a legend in the industry. I explained...
Check on your Latino communities.
Yeah, and I think it was Kaiser Neko who, like, posted a character from Chrono Trigger, and I'm like, this is such a cool character design. I really wish I had seen them before. And Darren had basically gone like, you haven't played Chrono Trigger? And I'm like, nah, I never got around to it. And he ended up gifting it to me on Steam, and I'm like, well, great, now I'm gonna have to stream that as well. But yeah, I'm really thankful for him to have gifted me Sonic Superstars, especially because, if I'm being honest, I probably wouldn't have purchased it for quite a long time if it was just me playing the game on my own. Because Sonic Superstars is good. It is a solid 7 out of 10 enjoyable time. God, is it not worth like full price? It is not worth 60 USD or 80 AUD. Like it's not worth the fact that it's not worth being full price. It definitely does have a lot of problems, and it's also just kind of like a standard 2D Sonic game. I can think of like a bunch of other 2D Sonic games that I'd rather play over Superstars. I love a lot of the environments. A lot of the stages are very fun. I do like how it is easier to get the Chaos Emeralds while not, you know, disrupting the flow of the game like, you know, like with the other games. Even Sonic Mania, I do like a lot of the game. The boss fights suck. They are probably the worst boss fights in all of classic Sonic. I think they are pretty shit, and you can definitely see.
Sounds like you need to play them 5 more times.
God, and Tifa can attest to this because like she was with me for those streams, and it was just she could see just how pissed off I was getting at like a lot of the boss fights. Ironically enough, one of the only boss fights that like I actually kind of enjoyed was the final one. Which took me forever, but like I still enjoyed it because like it felt like there was some actual like thought put into like, you know, just like how you traverse through that boss without making it like all too boring. But yeah, that sucked. I haven't played Trip's story yet, mainly because like I was just like it's just the same game again, but I'm playing as Trip, and I hear it's not very good to begin with. So I will go back and play it eventually in my own time, but just not now because I hear it's not very good. But yeah, Amy was a lot of fun to play in Superstars. I will say that much. I did really like playing as Amy. From what I hear, because I haven't played as Amy in Sonic Origins, because I haven't gotten the Plus DLC, because it's literally just Amy and the Game Gear games. So I was like, that's not.
I'm currently waiting on both copies of Sonic Origins Plus to arrive in the mail.
Oh my god.
It along with Disney Dreamlight Valley, but
yeah, it's
they're supposed to arrive in 2 days.
But yeah, so from what I hear, Amy in Superstars is basically just her play style in Origins, but a little more refined. So that's good to hear. And yeah, I enjoyed my time. You could see in the playthrough itself, like I enjoyed my time with Sonic Superstars. It's not the pinnacle of classic Sonic, and I think that there's a lot of room for improvement.
Would you say that you liked Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog better?
Yes, actually. I would say I like Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog better because it's for what it is. I mean, it's 2 very different styles of game, but like it's for what it is. Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is like it succeeds really well in like what it does. It's like it's probably like one of the best possible outcomes for itself, for like what it was striving to do. Whereas there's a lot of room for improvement for Sonic Superstars for like what it is. The music's also hit and miss, by which I mean every time it's Jun Sano who does the music, it sucks, and every other music by T-Lopes and the other composers is really good. And that's not to crap.
Which is so weird because Jun Sano has been around since nearly the beginning.
Yeah, it's not to crap that much on Jun Sano because like he can do so well. The compositions themselves are not bad, but he keeps trying to emulate the Genesis sound font, and it's like, God, Jun, stop doing that. Like every time you try and do that,
I don't want the Genesis twang. It's too twangy. Like Echo the Dolphin's too twangy.
It's like, you know, when he did it for Sonic 4, it didn't sound good. When he did it for this game, it didn't sound good. When he did it for the updated songs in like Sonic 3 and Knuckles for the Origins collection, it didn't sound good. When he did it for Sonic Forces for the classic stages, it didn't sound good. He keeps trying it, and it doesn't sound good. Like you can hear fucking you can hear lights, camera, action in the background now. That's a T-Lopes track from Sonic Mania. It's really good. Like, just leave it to the people who like know how to make something sound classic while not trying to go for the Genesis sound font. It's like, but yeah, that's my piece on Sonic Superstars. It's enjoyable. It's a good time, but it's nothing more.
On that same note, like, I gotta be honest with you. While I love Sonic music, the Sonic music is better when it gets away from the Genesis MIDI format, like that twang, because Sonic 2 has my favorite of the, and maybe Sonic 3 has like the better of the music, but like when you get to Sonic CD, when it's CD quality music, it's just so much better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so CD's soundtrack is awesome. Sorry, I was just taking a sip of Calypso. I can confirm it is not minging, despite what that video says. I also played the Sam & Max trilogy, which there's not too much to say about. Fun fact, I had not played the entire Sam & Max trilogy. I had only played the first game partially when I was a kid. 2 and 3 I never had any experience with. And it was a fun time. We'll be sure to get into more of that when we eventually get to talking about Sam & Max in our whatchamacallit, the Humongous Entertainment retrospective, and I can't wait for that. We're going to cover all 3 games in one video. But for now, I'll just say that I really had a fun time playing these games. I would say the best one is... Also, what the hell? I'm hearing a lot of noise outside.
No.
Don't leave us.
Hold on, Zen. Talk about Sam and Max. Sam and Max. Talk about Pajama
Sam and Max? I don't know what Sam and Max is.
Talk about Pajama Sam. I'm gonna see what's going on. One sec.
Okay. So yeah, Pajama Sam's pretty good. I haven't played it in ages. I watched a little bit of the stream that Phil did, and it brought back some old memories. I remember getting lost in the minecart section, and I do remember beating the game, but it took me a while. But like, he's the one who played more of it. I haven't really gotten as much into Pajama Sam. It was still fun, but I was more of a putt-putt kid, because Pajama Sam was a little bit more abstract about what you were supposed to do. And as a kid, I was like, I don't know where to go. The trees stole my stuff. The bigoted trees.
Oh my. Funny enough, I only played the Pajama Sam demo from one of the other Humongous Entertainment video games that I had. Like, for example, Putt Putt Goes to the Zoo, or the one where he time travels. And that was the only way I could play the Pajama Sam games. So...
I never played Travels Through Time, but I played the Putt Putt Saves the Zoo so much. Like, I wore my copy out of Putt Putt Saves the Zoo, because like that was so fun. Like, the opening song was amazing for Putt Putt Saves the Zoo.
Oh, well, I'm just talking about Putt Putt now.
Yeah, because like I haven't played much of Pajama Sam, and I only watched so much of your Let's Play, so.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Pajama Sam is really good. I really like, God, I lost my train of thought now. I think the second
this train has no brakes.
I think the second one comes close to being, as good as the first. I think the first is probably the best. I think that by the second one they definitely have a formula, and it's not a bad one. It's the formula that every Humongous Entertainment game has. But what I mean for Pajama Sam specifically is that they get into the groove of just the general style of, like, how Sam learns the message of the game, and like, and it's still a fun time. It's still really good, and I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I would say the third one is probably the weakest. What I said on my what I said in my media thread was the weakest of the trilogy, but still a good time. Biggest positive for me is the world design. On the flip side, most of the characters felt lacking compared to the prior two entries. And yeah, that's my big thing. I think the characters in 1 and 2 are, just miles better. I love the dialogue of the first game, how you go up to the minecart, and it basically, he's all like grumpy and stuff, and like Sam just goes like, he's questioning everything. He's just questioning him, and the minecart just goes, "Look, kid, I'm just depressed is all." And it's like, it's really funny. I love the delivery.
I love your reaction to that.
Yeah, I love the delivery to everything. I love Sam just like being so done with Otto's shit, how he's like, "Oh, wood can't float. This is my Otto impression. He sounds like Peter Lorre." But yeah, so I like this trilogy. There's not much for me to say. We'll probably have a lot more to go into when we inevitably sit down to do the entire trilogy for the video, but yeah.
It's just one of those things where I only played the first game, and like that stream brought back a lot of memories. But like, I want to actually play it, and I remember getting lost in the minecart because there's so many different places to go that I just like, I got frustrated. I remember finishing it, but it took a while.
With that being said, why don't we go back to you, Zen, as we talk about your next entry?
So my next one that I played right after Astro was Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I had streamed most of this game, about 10 hours of it, but like I finally got the sound working, and I want to actually hear the game. And it was around the time where I was having health issues because I couldn't really stream. So what I did was I just went back, played the game from the beginning, and I loved it. I mean, it's Ratchet and Clank. I don't think there's really a bad game outside of, well, I mean, Quest for Booty was not that good. Quest for Booty is the only one that I really didn't like.
To be fair, Quest for Booty is also not a very big game. It's just like it's just a 3-hour, you know, like.
Yeah, but they're still selling it for. Let me just look. Quest for Booty.
That's an actual game title. Oh my god.
All the Ratchet and Clank games are indie windows. Like the one before it was Tools of Destruction. The second game of the series is Going Commando. Third one is Up Your Arsenal.
They're asking for $15 for it.
Oh my god.
Still.
Yeah, it should be like 10. But yeah, like Sativa, all the games that like have indie windows in the title. Like one of them is a Size Matters.
I've known like the one that I remember is the Up Your Arsenal one, but I was like, really? That's a title?
Going
like,
Commando.
Because
all of them have fun titles.
Well, yeah, the reason why it's called Quest for Booty is because it's like the villain's like a pirate.
So no actual booty. That sucks.
I mean, you find treasure. That's me booty arg.
No.
But yeah, like so. And Rift Apart is supposed to be ripped apart, a fart.
Wait, really? That's what they were going for?
Ripped apart. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
I'm more like familiar with the South Park titles, like for example the Fractured but Whole. Because they couldn't actually
I'm not sure
put,
what
like,
it was supposed
butthole.
to be, but I know that like Rift Apart went through a couple different titles beforehand. Kind of like how Into the Nexus was supposed to be Into the Nether regions, like you know. So like
and how A Crack in Time was meant to be clock blockers.
Yeah, it was
God.
supposed to be clock blockers. That would have been amazing. But anyway, all of them have titles. It's just that they've kind of been censored lately by the board. I don't know why. But yeah, Ratchet and Clank.
It's a children's game. It's a children's game. We don't want to teach them the naughty words. We don't want.
I'm gonna teach them all the naughty words. I'm the best aunt. I don't think there's really been a bad Ratchet and Clank game aside from Quest for Booty. Some people don't like Full Frontal Assault. I like it. It's different, but I like it. Some people didn't like oh god, what was All for One? And I mean, I get that. All for One, by the way, was supposed to be titled Foreplay.
No.
These guys.
So like I like those games. They're different in a good way for me. It just Quest for Booty was not my top. I think Rift Apart is one of the better games in the series gameplay wise, but where it takes a step back for me is how they nerfed the completion requirements. Because on the surface, when I was playing through it, I love a lot of the stuff they added. The new platforming aspects, the new stuff to collect, the cracks, the story is very good. It's the most beautiful game on the PS5 that I've seen so far. Because out of all the games I've played for PS5, nothing has come close to the lighting and look and feel of this game. Story-wise, I like that it's all about him coming to terms with his past and kind of closing out on one adventure. And gameplay, like, it's still the same stuff, just with a little bit more there. But where I think it pales in comparison to some of the previous entries is that they took out skill points. Skill points are no longer a thing. For those who don't know, skill points were trophies before trophies were a thing, and they started in the original Ratchet and Clank, and they're just little things that you can do on each planet to get extras in the menu. And they're like, well, you can do trophies for that. I'm like, yeah, but you can't unlock extras in the menu anymore. Like, the whole point was getting more out of the game, and it feels lesser because that's gone. And like it doesn't really like have you do as much throughout the game. Another major complaint that I have is, well, I love the story. A lot of Rift Apart feels like the greatest hits again. And maybe this is just me because the last few games have been the Ratchet and Clank trilogy for the the PS3, was it, or PS4? So you had the Ratchet and Clank trilogy, so you have that together, and then they put out Ratchet and Clank, which is a reboot of the first 3 games in one game, and then you have this, which references a lot of the same planets, and it felt very similar with the locales and with the enemies and with the stuff you had to do there. And without the skill points, it just really kind of feels a little bit weaker. And it's like, I want to say this is the best game, but I can't really say that because it kind of feels a little bit above average for a Ratchet and Clank game. I had the most fun playing it, but I still think it's more like an 8 out of 10 because we can do better. If for a future Ratchet and Clank game, which apparently, according to the leak schedule, is not going to be for a while, if they do, I want them to take Rivet, which is my new favorite character, give her her own game, new environments, totally new, no more of this greatest hit stuff. At the same time, the Rift system is what really made the game for me, because like you can Rift tether to different parts of the map, and it gives a lot of new platforming stuff. You can run on the walls like Prince of Persia. You have new things to do aside of the regular swing shot. And if they had expanded upon that and give it like, more skill points, more stuff to do, I would have given it a higher ranking, but it feels like it kind of goes through the motions too much for my liking. Taking out the 10 hours of streaming and the 2 hours of just like putzing around in the menus, because I will say this, PS5 games have the best accessibility features, and that was great. And this, again, is the best looking game once you put it on a specific mode. But I beat the game in around 40 hours to 100%, and around 5 to 10 of those hours were me just maxing out the weapons, because and like going through the new game plus and getting things up, because like you don't have to like really complete 100% of the game like normal to get the platinum. They made it so much easier. It's just like, but like I want to get everything maxed out, like get everything, and you don't have to do that, and you don't have to do skill points. So like I miss the challenge of the older games.
No, I get ya. I don't really have much to contribute as far as Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is concerned, because
Me neither, unfortunately.
I only ever played a few of the PS2 games as a kid, and it was always either borrowing my friends' copies or playing them at my friend's house. And it was all the original trilogy, but primarily the second game, actually, now that I think about it. And I never really got far into any of the 3 games. But I had a I had a fun time with them as a kid, but I really have to get back to them, is the thing. But from everything
it's
I hear,
one of those like
from everything I hear from like the fandom, like Rift Apart is now a big fan favorite, and people consider it like one of the new best games in the series, and I can definitely understand.
I still think that Crack in Time is my favorite. I think it's probably the best. Some people have issues with that, but at least still has the skill points and the challenge with a great story. I like that Nefarious is back. I don't think this is quite as strong a Nefarious outing. And it's just like, there are things that I'm like, I get why people like it. I really do. But for me, who's played every single game, I wanted something a little bit newer. Ratchet and Clank has always been like a big thing for me, but I wanted something a little bit more, and it's still probably the most fun to play, but I wouldn't put it up there with some of the best.
Yeah. If we want to move on to now to you, Tifa, why don't you talk about some of the films that you talked about in or some of the films that you watched in 2023?
Well, I honestly couldn't remember for the life of me which movies I watched except for 3. Like, aside from the obvious, like, oh, I did see Oppenheimer and such and blah blah and thought it was okay. And I watched the Spider-Verse as well, which I thought was amazeballs as usual. But the ones that I wanted to talk about in this, I want to call it a podcast, but in this Backslog,
It's a what are you talking about? It is a podcast.
Well, these three particular movies. The first one, which of course Zen, I think she already talked about it with Kat and Doug.
Not yet.
Would be
Not yet.
okay. I thought she did. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Would be Little Mermaid 2023.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it yet. That's gonna be on our list coming up. Which, yeah, I'll let you talk about it and then go.
Okay, so I've never been that, keen on watching any of the live action Disney movies except for like maybe a few of them, because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give it a chance. Hopefully it does entertain me and whatnot. Many of the live action films are bombs in my eyes. There's people who love them and I'm like, okay, maybe you saw something that I didn't, but well, good for you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, but for me, no. For example, like the Cinderella one, which I did not like.
Same.
I did not like. I don't like the fucking message, and I don't like how they treated Cinderella. And it's like, there's a reason why the animated version is superior.
Yeah, I admittedly have two or three that I get into. I actually liked the 2019 Aladdin remake. I thought that was pretty good. I also am one of the only people in the world who will defend Maleficent. I think that Maleficent is actually a really fun movie.
And this is why you're fired.
No.
This is why you're fired.
No. But, yeah, I'm actually one of the few people that really likes Maleficent. Didn't need a sequel. Doesn't need a third movie. So why are you making one, Disney? But I really liked it.
Because money. Because money, and Angelina Jolie brings money. I just thought Maleficent was okay, in my opinion, but I'm glad that you liked it. And for this one, The Little Mermaid 2023, I thought it was decent. I know people disliked it for either legitimate reasons, and I'm excluding the obvious one because ever since the film was announced and they also announced Halle Bailey as Ariel, oh my god, you should have seen most of the freaking Mexican Facebook posts. They were so fucking racist.
Ugh.
So fucking racist. Even my office space was like, really? A black girl? And I'm like, okay, number one, she looks amazing. Number two, we need to wait until the movie comes out before giving judgment. And number three, you're pretty much showing how racist you are.
And also, like, let's be real here. Ariel's race was gonna be the least of this film's problems, like, period. Like, I feel like that whole thing was taking away from the discussion of like, guys, whether Ariel's black or white, it doesn't matter because like the film's still probably going to suck. And from everything to be clear, I haven't watched this film yet. From everything I hear, Halle Bailey is like one of the best parts about it. Which I'm
she is so
she
cute.
is. She is, and she has some of the best songs in the movie. It's just some of the decisions are weird.
Her voice is amazing.
I think the movie is alright. It's there's some baffling choices, but I think like from the live action standpoint, it's probably one of the most safe choices. It just everything underwater looks like it's put through a filter. It doesn't look vibrant.
I do have to agree.
I didn't like that. I didn't like the animation designs changed to more realistic and made me cringe because like you have Flounder speaking and I'm like, oh, that looks weird.
It does look weird, and I do have to agree. Like, I'm like, yes, it's an actual fish, but it looks weird.
It looks weird. But like overall, a lot of the stuff they added, while it is a little bit bloated and some of the choices are weird, like they have some really interesting stuff here. I think Halle Bailey's singing voice is amazing. I think all the songs are done justice. So it's like none of that's bad, except for Remember the Swamp? Remember the Swamp where we did a womp to womp?
Oh my god, freaking Aquafina.
I love Aquafina. She has this awkward energy that really works in some films. She does not work as Scuttle for the most part. Like, yeah. I think the idea was to have that same awkward energy, because the original Scuttle was bumbling and whatnot. But, like, here she's just, like, in every instance, and, like, she's annoying, and then, like, she does the rap, and I'm like, I love you, Lin-Manuel Miranda, but you need to be taken back a step because that song was so bad. It was amazing.
The thing about Aquafina is that like she plays like she literally only has like one like type of role that she plays, and the thing is like it can work for a lot of characters. I think that she works in Shang-Chi. I think that she's
agreed.
Yeah, I think what else did I see her in? Not Raya. She was bad in
The Bad Guys. The Bad Guys.
No, she was in Renfield.
Renfield. That's
oh, she was in Renfield. I need to watch that.
Not the one I'm thinking about. Aquafina. I'm just looking.
She was the tarantula in The Bad Guys.
I am aware of that. Let me just double check what I'm trying to think of, because there's something on the tip of my tongue. It's not.
Ocean's 8.
Oh, she was in Raya.
Yeah, I just mentioned Raya. She was bad in that though.
I liked her in that.
Okay, it's not coming to mind. Yeah, she can be good in a lot of roles, but also it's like she gets miscast in like so many other roles, because like, hey, let's just have Aquafina in the movie and not really put any like thought into, you know.
Apparently she was in Jumanji, like the later films.
Yeah.
If there's no Robin Williams, I do not watch Jumanji. I'm so sorry.
But it has Jack Black.
I know, and I really do want to watch it because of him, but I'm like...
she's in Crazy Rich Asians.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't seen that one. But, like, I think she works when she's cast right. She just... Like, that because she's a hot commodity, she's been cast everywhere where she does need to be. I think she's probably the weakest part of the film.
I mean, that happens to most new, like, not new actors. Jesus Christ, what the heck am I saying? That happens to a lot of actors that are like the new hot thing. Like, for example, like how Jennifer Lawrence was everywhere after freaking Hunger Games, and I was like, how much are you getting, girl? And then it's like also not necessarily Robert Downey Jr. Who was this other actor who was like, oh, he was the new thing and he was everywhere? And sorry, I dropped my spray can, a pumpkin spice spray can that's been with me for 3 years.
Yeah. I'm gonna save a lot of my thoughts for The Little Mermaid for the actual podcast. It's harmless. It just has a lot of weird choices, like giving the prince his own plot and the prejudice subplot.
I personally did like how they added like more meat to the prince, because I mean, what do you remember about Prince Eric in the original animated film?
They gave him a character which was great, but his song was not great.
I thought it was decent. Like yes, I'm the least like the what's the word? The least qualified person in terms of like music and such, because me no saber. I don't know good as much as other people being like, I just go like, it sounds nice. It sounds good.
Está bien. Así, the song is okay.
And so I thought it was good, and what I did not like was how freaking the scene where Prince, Jesus Christ, the King Triton, aka Benicio del Toro, Hello Friendos. Wait,
who is underselling everything.
It's Javier Bardem. It's Javier Bardem. Sorry, I confused Benicio del Toro with Javier Bardem.
I was gonna say, yeah, I heard he did not bring his A game to this, and I don't blame him.
He did it for his daughter. He did it for his daughter.
He phoned it in. He was so bored, even when he was supposed to be angry.
Yeah, like, okay, there's a reason why I loved the animated version of that scene. Was that you could see that he was fucking pissed. And also, like, yes, you're trying to protect your daughter. I get it. But at the same time, you let your anger get the better of you, and it's like, if this is the only way, then so be it. And this starts destroying everything while Ariel is pleading to, like, hey, stop. And that, for me, just translates like, yeah, this time it's just the grotto. Next time it could be your fucking face. So you better run. And that's one of the reasons as to why I freaking love that scene, because it's an exemplary example, an amazing example about toxic family members being like, Oh, you're not gonna listen to me? Okay, I'll destroy all of your shit. Oh, I wonder why my daughter decided to run away. Oh, what have I done? Nah, nah, nah. No,
But
fuck
he
that shit.
actually realizes that, like, what have I
Yes,
done? You
yes.
know.
In the animated version, you see like that split second after everything is destroyed, when everything is like sort of calming down. You see on King Triton's face being like slowly like realizing what he's done, and instead of like actually saying like, hey, I'm sorry or whatever, even though that sorry would not amount to the fucking damage he's done, he just walks away because he feels ashamed. But at the same time, not ashamed so much as to like, oh, I know my daughter's gonna run away. No, he's like, yes, I am a bit ashamed, but it's for the better of my child, and blah blah blah.
It's like the animated version is hot-headed, and he starts to
Yes.
lose himself, and then he realizes and he tries to change, where in this one he's just like the staunch stoic, I have to do what's best for my people. And they bring in this thing, and this is the last solid thing I'll bring up. They bring in this thing where apparently humans shipwrecks are destroying the coral reefs, and that is wrong on so many levels, because shipwrecks help create coral reefs, but also you think they want to wreck their ships. Like, it's so stupid. Like,
Well,
everything
you
done
gotta
with Triton
take-
is dumb.
Yeah, you gotta take into consideration that the sea folk don't know that, hey, this is an accident, like the whole shipwreck thing, because that's what happens. Because since they're not seeing the other side, they don't know like, hey, they're not doing this on purpose. This is an accident. But anyways, and also the whole like, oh, they make coral reefs, the shipwrecks. It's because of thousands and hundreds of years of being like static underneath the ocean. It's not like an instant thing, because if that were true, we would have been sending ships years ago to fix coral reefs throughout the planet.
Just saying. I'm just saying. It's kind of opposite of what you should do.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the two musicals you saw last year, Tifa?
Well, one of them is technically not a musical, but still. Well, technically, because musicals mean more songs. Anyhoozle. Okay. The second one was the phenomenon of one of the two films of the phenomena of last year, Oppen Barbie, or Barbieheimer, the Barbie movie, which honestly caught me off guard that it was nominated for Best Picture. I was like,
Yeah,
really?
I was shocked by that.
Okay. Like, not in a hoo-hoo awesome. I was like, really? Were there not any other films out there? Okay. Again, I'm not saying like, oh, it didn't deserve it. I was just surprised. I was like, huh, okay. Oh my god, that movie made me cry at the end, especially with that one song. That I'm so fucking pissed off that it didn't win for the Golden Globe, or was it not nominated for the Golden Globe? It was just the I'm Just Ken, which, hey, awesome, it won it. But at the same time, it should have been the other song, the one Billie Eilish song, which won for the Academy Award. And I'm like, thank God, because that's the song, that's the whole fucking point of the fucking movie.
I like it. I'm Just Ken is my jam.
Yes. I mean, I'm Just Ken is the meme, and also like it also has its own
Zen
message.
and I'm enough.
Yes,
and
like
I'm good at doing stuff.
My stuff is beach. Like, yeah, it also like I'm Just Ken also talks about the toxic masculinity, which I'm like, thank fucking God there's a fucking message about that, because Barbie is for everybody, not just for little girls or older women who feel like they're not being appreciated, which, yes, it is part of the fucking movie, especially that America, what was her last name?
Ferreira.
Okay, thank you, Ferreira. I know she was originally the voice of Astrid in How to Train Your Dragon, but her monologue, her speech about womanhood, oh my fucking God, it got to me. I was like, girl, preach, fucking preach. And how so many guys, okay, you've heard that so many like women or people who identify as women, everybody's a Barbie, everyone's a Barbie, how they brought in their partners to watch the Barbie movie, and it ended up being a breakup movie. Have you heard about this?
No.
I have. I saw so many videos on TikTok talking about this, and it's like, take your date to the Barbie movie, and or your partner, and see how they react to it. And if they don't react the way that it's supposed to be, break up with them, because it is not a good sign. You gotta run, because oh God. Especially people in China. Especially people in China, from what I remember, being like, hey, take your partner to watch this movie, and if they react in a very negative manner about like, oh, this movie does not make any fucking sense or whatever, break up with them, because they will miss out on the entire fucking point.
I really enjoyed Barbie. I saw Oppenheimer first and then Barbie, and both of them were fantastic. I think Barbie was just like a great character piece, and talk about toxic masculinity, about sexism. I love how Ken thought the patriarchy was all about horses.
My Little Pony.
Like, I love Will Ferrell as the main villain.
I still have to see Barbie. I hear it's great.
Oh, please do.
It looks great. It looks phenomenal. So I can't wait to see it.
Please
do. I'm
Please.
not gonna say too much about spoilers and whatnot. It's a really powerful movie, and I think it has something to say about everyone. Yes. And about how we live lives. And I like that there's a trans Barbie, and like, just, it was amazing. I felt seen and represented on the screen for the first time in ages. Yeah. And like, there were just, she wasn't the weird Barbie. There was a weird Barbie, but like,
I'm the weird Barbie.
Like, that was a fun time. And but like, I'm Just Ken was amazing, especially because they got John Cena to play a mermaid.
Yes.
And
that sounds
John
funny.
Cena asked to be in the film. And then they have like, oh man, I will beat you off. They have a beach off between Simu Liu as Ken and Ryan Gosling as Ken. And it's like some of the amazing things, and like the outfit design. Like, Ryan Gosling's amazing, and not just his jacket with the feathers, but like the pink jackets and stuff that he wears. It's like so good. It's such a mood. Without saying anything, I need to buy Barbie. Go see Barbie. I'm just Zen. Anywhere else I'd be a 10, but I am Zenith. I am Zenith.
Please, yeah, I'm trying not to spoil anything, just in case even if people have not seen it. So please, for the love of God, watch Barbie.
Yeah. With that said, you got one more film to talk about. It's one I also haven't seen, so I will be right back.
I haven't seen it either, and I didn't want to because it looks kind of bad.
It was, honestly, it's an entertaining film. Like the what's the word? One of the like twists is like, you can see it a freaking mile away because it's freaking obvious. But aside from that, it's one of the films that Hollywood did not want to promote being a musical. My mom wanted to watch this movie, and when I told her, because I went to see it with my BFF's family, because they were like, hey, I remember that Tifa likes musicals. Do you want to watch it? I'm like, yeah, sure. I had no interest at first, but I'll watch it. I want candy. I want my chocolate. And when I told my mom that, oh yeah, the film is a musical, because she wanted to watch it, and she's like, ugh. So she's Hollywood. Hollywood has this recent thing about not promoting films that are musicals as musicals, and surprises people out of the gate when you go and watch the movie and you're like, wait a minute, this is a musical? What? And so yeah, this is technically like a prequel about like how Wonka got his like the beginnings of how he started to make chocolate, and how he wanted to make his dream about selling treats and chocolates to the world with his whimsy and very, very innovative ideas. But of course, there is a chocolate mafia, and they don't want a new person to be part of this like chocolatier world, so we shall do whatever we can to destroy Wonka, despite his chocolates being actually good, I'm not gonna lie. But chocolate mafia. And oh god, I'm forgetting his name. My mom likes this actor. He appeared in
the moment I saw the trailer and heard chocolate mafia, I'm like, no, I'm out. I know Willy Wonka's supposed to be wacky, but that's a little bit much.
I thought it was funny. I was like, okay, that makes a little bit of sense because it's the three names that you know if you watch the original of either Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You know the names of these three guys.
Slugworth.
Yeah, and Slugworth is one of them, I think. Not the guy that's like offers Charlie like, hey, if you give me like the secret of one of the candies, I'll give you money or whatever. Not that guy. The other three, the other like chocolate vendors that were Wonka's rivals. I did not like how, oh god, I'm forgetting his name. The actor who portrays the Oompa Loompa. I want to say his name is Colin Firth, but I could be so wrong.
Hold on, 'cause I
he's
know,
British.
I know who you're talking about. One sec.
Yeah.
Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant, thank you. Because I was like, it's not Colin Firth because I was having a different face in my head.
That's another role where everything I hear about the movie is just like, yeah, this person phoned it in.
Yes, because in his words, he needed the money. And of course, his Oompa Loompa-ness is of course CGI, and his face was traced and blah blah, like with motion capture and whatnot. And I thought, oh god, it could have been worse, but it could have been better. But he's the only Oompa Loompa we see on screen, so no worries.
Yeah.
And I do like some of the set designs. I really like how the main area where they sell the chocolates feels very Milan inspired. AKA, if you've seen that one fashion show episode of Carmen Sandiego, you know the place. And I thought it was decent. I thought it was entertaining. Not mind-blowing, but a good time. So, yeah, the twists and turns, you can see them from a mile away because, I mean, come on. And just be careful with the giraffe, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, Wonka, just from the trailers, I had no interest, especially when I saw the Oompa Loompa, and I'm just like, look, I don't think we needed this. The Gene Wilder film is fantastic. I didn't like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. We didn't need a prequel.
Girly, I'm a fan of the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie.
Tifa, why? You lied to me.
I'm also
Sonic lied to me.
I'm also a fan of the Tim Burton movie. Sorry.
Girly, I used to be a huge Tim Burton fan. Keyword used to. I used to be a huge Tim Burton fangirl because I mean it's thanks to him that I started to draw, and that movie had me crying after watching it because I mean come on, daddy issues Wonka hit me in the heart really hard.
No, I get you.
Kana is meowing and staring at you two so hard.
So yeah. I'm a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory girly.
I feel like Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator could have been better because we still haven't gotten an actual sequel to any of the films.
We still haven't gotten that
book.
sequel, yeah. And even though you'd have to like write it like up like completely from scratch and like do an original narrative for it, I would like to see someone take a crack at Charlie at the White House, which was gonna be the next book that Roald Dahl was writing before he ended up passing away.
And you probably have to change a lot because I hear that Great Glass Elevator has a lot of racism in it, like even more than
it's been a long time since I read it, and I hardly did so at that because Young Me did this really shitty thing where it's like for some books he would skim through certain parts of it, so like I probably skimmed through the races if I'm being honest, but yeah.
But even still, like, I feel like we should get an adaptation of the actual material that, you know, he wrote rather than, like, another remake of the book that's not as good and, whatever Wonka is.
Yeah. With that being said, coming back around now to me, I finally knocked a big game off my list that I've been wanting to play for quite a while now. And I played the 2018 Insomniac Spider-Man game, as well as its DLC, The City That Never Sleeps, and I had a ball of a time. I loved playing
about damn time.
I loved playing Spider-Man 2018. I've wanted to play this game for quite a while, and the remastered version for PS5 finally becoming available to everyone and not just people who bought the Ultimate Edition of Miles Morales. That is what eventually just made me go, all right, time to finally play the game. And so I played it via the PS5 remaster. I ended up platinuming the game and mostly 100%ing it. I still have to do a New Game Plus playthrough and play on the ultimate difficulty. That I'll probably do sometime after playing Spider-Man 2, which I still have not finished. That and Miles Morales I won't be talking about in this stream because Spider-Man 2 I didn't begin until this year. And while I did start Miles Morales at the tail end of 2023, I think that's more appropriate to talk about for the 2024 media list when we get to that next year, because yeah, I didn't end up finishing that in 2023. But yeah, so Spider-Man 2018 is a really damn good game that I don't know how much more I could say on it that I haven't already, or that hasn't already been said, because like everything that you hear people, you know, praising the game on, like, is accurate. I do want to make a video on this game, kind of analyzing the story and analyzing the web swinging, because like, you know, there is a lot to go into, to be clear. It's just that from a surface level, wide sweeping level, just like, you know, talking about my general thoughts and not really analyzing it for story, like for plot spoilers. I don't know how much more I can really add, because like, you know, the game is fantastic. It's like, this is probably the best version of Peter Parker we've gotten, like, in media ever. Like, you know, it's such a good adaptation of the character. I love seeing his interactions with Octavius, with MJ. His conversation with MJ get better in the second game from what I've played of it so far. You know, because here they're good, but they, you know, they have broken up. So, you know, it is basically a process to like get back to the point where they are dating. I love getting Miles' introduction in this universe. I don't think I'm spoiling anything when I say that like Doc Ock is a bad guy. So I think that it's fine for me to say that. With that said, one problem I do see people say that I myself don't think is a problem, and in fact I think is actually a really good aspect of the game, is that a lot of people are like, well, you know, we already know that Dr. Octavius becomes Doc Ock, so the fact that they're building up to that isn't really, it makes it pretty predictable. And it's like, the thing is, I would say that the predictability of that helps the narrative, because it's like, if you have even if you don't have any experience with Spider-Man and like don't know that of like who Doc Ock is, like, they telegraph it pretty well that like, you know, that Octavius, you know, is going to like go down a dark path. And what I like about the story is that, like, you know, knowing what happens to Doc Ock is part of the tragedy. It's like,
I was about to say that it adds to the tragedy.
It's about the relationship between these two, less about like, oh, a twist, and more about, let's build up how much they care for each other.
And yeah, and how much it's going to sting when like that relationship just falls apart. And I love it. It's one of the best aspects of the game. I like seeing all the
We
villains.
haven't seen a lot of Octavius origin stories where they actually build up the relationship.
Yeah, because in the movie Spider-Man 2, which I love, it's, you know, their relationship there is very new. It's like, you know, it's very much like Pete's a student and he goes to visit Octavius, and like he sees just, you know,
Brilliant Balazi, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant Balazi. It's a nice relationship, but it's also like not as deep. And in most media, like they have some sort of relationship, but it gets swept under the rug very quickly once it turns out that Octavius is a bad guy. So I love the way they handle him here. I think it's very sad, but like, you know, very fitting for his character and the direction they want to take. as far as problems are concerned with this game, like, there's not very many. I do think that the combat is a lot of fun, but there are moments where it can get very samey. But I do like the challenge that the spectacular difficulty gave to it. Yeah, I do think
I could have done without Screwball.
I don't mind Screwball. My main problem with Screwball is, the thing is, she's annoying as fuck. Like, I think there's no getting around that. She is an annoying as all hell character, but like, I think it works in the sense of you want to take her down and you want to beat her the hell up. I think that my main problem with it is that just we didn't get to have she didn't really get all that much of a comeuppance. Like, yeah, she gets arrested, but like, you don't really get to like take her down all too much by the end of her side mission, which is a shame. I'm trying to think here. I think the side activities get better in the other games, because it's like, yeah, like, they're not too much different in Miles Morales in the second game, like, from the first, but like, I do like incorporating the friendly neighborhood app in those games and making you feel as if you're like getting, you know, stuff done in the neighborhood, like on like a more wide sweeping scale, and like helping out just people, whereas as opposed to this game where we do have side missions where we are helping people out, but they take more of a backseat to just more so of like, you know, just a lot of the fetch quests and stuff, you know. So it's a small change that the other games make, but like, I think they slightly make the side missions better in those games compared to this one, where they were good but nothing like terribly interesting.
If I had to state one major problem myself, because like, I haven't played the other games, but I always felt like the main story is fantastic, but the side missions are stuff you've seen in other Spider-Man games a lot.
Yeah. But overall, it's a fantastic game. I love Spider-Man 2018, and also I don't think that the new Peter face is all that bad. I'm sorry, like, maybe it's just because I got used to it playing the game, but it's just like I keep hearing people go like, oh my god, the new Peter face in Spider-Man Remastered is so bad, it's so terrible, it's so off-putting, and I'm just like, okay, look, is it like weird that they replaced it in the first place? Yes, but also like, I don't think it's that bad. I really don't think it is all that bad.
As an OG Spider-Man PS4 girly, it is rather weird for me because, of course, as much as I love my precious baby boy, who is Tom Holland, it does for me and a lot of people, it does feel as if Insomniac was it Activision? No, Insomniac. Insomniac on the game. Yeah. It does feel like they were trying to like, for the people who are like trying to like connect the Peter Parkers of any reality with the MCU, it feels as if it tried to do that, but I haven't seen like Yuri Lowenthal's face myself, so a lot of people have been saying like, oh, it's because of the actor, they wanted to make the face more to fit with the thing.
That is the reason, and having now played, you know, more of Spider-Man 2, I can absolutely understand why they made the change. It's because it's basically to fit Yuri Lowenthal's facial capture better, essentially, is why they made the change. And I think it works. I will say that the face does get better in Miles Morales, and then absolutely does in Spider-Man 2 when they give him a different haircut.
Oh yeah, the haircut was needed. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I love the original face because it makes me feel like, yes, this is a different Peter Parker, just like with any version, any iteration, like Tobey Maguire, like Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, blah 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 blah. And this was Yuri Lowenthal's, but then they changed the face, and I'm like, okay, I gotta get used to it.
Yeah, having not played the remake, I don't know. Like, I played the PS4 original, and I'm eventually gonna play the new face, but you know, I'm working on other stuff. I'm playing Forspoken right now, so like, you know, because it's awesome.
As for the DLC, I don't have too much to say. I thought that the first chapter of it was really good. It was very solid. It's basically the only one of the three that I think consistently keeps the same quality of the main game. The second one I also think is really good, despite the fact that what was I gonna say? The second one's mostly good as far as the story is concerned. I just think it kind of ends a little too abruptly, and we don't get enough of a conclusion regarding Yuri's character. And then Silver Lining, I think, is just like a 5 out of 10. It's not bad, but it's just like it's such a weak conclusion.
The
to,
ending
the story.
is very abrupt. It's very rushed, and I don't like what they did with one of the characters.
Yeah, I still have to play more of Spider-Man 2 to see how they incorporate them. Because it's, they were always gonna go that direction with the character as well, because it's how they were in the comics. But I have to see, like, the transition to get them there was pretty quick, a little too quick for my liking, but like, I'll see how it's executed in the second
They
game.
could have waited for Miles Morales and put part of that in that game, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I don't know. They don't really have a connection to Miles is the thing, so I can understand why they wouldn't want to do that.
I guess. I just, like, if you made that part of what Peter's dealing with while Miles... I don't know. I haven't played Miles Morales. I can't really comment.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't like...
Peter's not really in Miles Morales is the thing. He's like at the start and the end, but that's it.
I unfortunately can't speak much about the DLC because I haven't actually played the DLC.
You might want to at least look up a recap of it because, from what I understand, the side missions of Spider-Man 2 do connect to the DLC. Like I know Black Cat returns, in the game, and also like the plot beat like that Zen and I are vaguely talking about. If you haven't played the DLC, because it's regarding a character that was in the base game of 2018, of the first game, and if you play the second game without having played the DLC, you might be very confused as to like, wait a minute, why is this character like this? Because
that happened, and thank you for telling me. So once I move to the new place, I will jump right into the DLC because I do have it purchased. I just need to play it.
Yeah.
Just like you need to play Forspoken with me and Avatar.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a potential project of mine where I want to talk about all the Spider-Man games in like one big video. It's not on the cards like right now. I also have to get a capture card is the thing because I don't have one. So it might be something for down the line. I definitely want to like talk about the main game, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2 all in like one big video, which might happen down the line. Otherwise, as far as the first game is concerned, it is a fantastic game. It is definitely one of the best superhero games of all time. And I gotta finish Spider-Man 2. I'm still only a few hours in. I'm basically at the part where just after Kraven's first appeared. And I hear, because the main thing I hear is that it's still a great game, but I definitely hear a lot more people saying that, oh, the first game's better because they just didn't like some of the directions the story took in the second game. I'm gonna have to see how that stacks up because I haven't played it myself, so I'm gonna just have to see how it is.
Yeah, I can't really tell much without spoiling on accident, so I'm gonna just say that there are some concerns that you've mentioned that do like come to fruition in my opinion, because I really can't say much because I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it for you.
How far are you into the game?
Honey, I've beaten the game.
You beat the second game? Holy shit, okay.
She is the spider.
I 100% did that game.
Okay.
She is the spider.
I 100% did that game, and then I moved to play another game, but then I got distracted, and now I'm playing Lego Skywalker Saga with a little bit of Genshin on the side.
Play Persona 3 Reload.
Forspoken.
I have Forspoken right here. I have Persona 3 Reload right here. So why did they not have a girly main?
Because it would have. No, okay. I'm actually going to defend Atlas on this, not to get too much into a Persona rant, because like it's we're gonna have to talk about.
Oh,
that
this
next
is
year.
so cringe.
What?
What do you mean?
What do you mean so cringe?
No, I don't even like using the word cringe, but I just like you're gonna talk about Persona.
Okay,
yeah,
so
so
tell your defense so we can move on.
yeah. So basically, because like it's come out that basically Persona 3 Reload is not going to have the FemC. It's not going to have the female protagonist. I don't really care all that much about this because they basically listed that, you know, it would be like, it would require even more of a budget to like, you know, have to time and budget to like have to like re-record a whole lot of lines for FemC. And that's not even just it. It's also like all the assets are different. Like almost half the social links are different in the FemC's playthrough, as well as like, you know, a lot of music that's changed, some story beats that are changed as well. It's like, it would take a lot more to like get the FemC into the game, and I can understand why she's not there. So like, yeah, it's basically a remake of FES at the end of the day, now that they've announced that the answer's going to be in the game.
Which is like, I like what I've seen of the opening to Fest, but the problem is I haven't played like much of any version of Persona 3, so it's like, I know there's like so many different versions that people like play this, play this, play this. I'm like, I don't know.
Again, okay, so that we don't stay here for forever. I just really want more girly, like, not girly, but more like ladies in gaming, because we need more ladies in gaming. And so I can understand that, hey, it would have been taken a lot longer because of the assets. I completely understand that. I just want more ladies, because all of the dude bros being like, why did you add a girl character? Blah, 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 blah. When it could be
because
just
girl
Russian.
characters are amazing. We need more main characters. Like, one of the main things I love about Forspoken right now is that it's a person of color from New York City, woman, who's homeless.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so much that are just right from the get-go. I liked it. And she has a cat. She has cat. It's amazing. 10 out of 10.
Alright, we got to speed it up. So I know it's not like next on your list, but because we're not gonna have that much to talk about it right now, because we're currently making a video. The video even like still wink wink nudge nudge. You want to talk about Danganronpa 2, Zen?
Not much to talk about. We scripted up to chapter 5, recorded up to chapter 6. I have a lot to talk about. The one thing I want to bring up is that Hangman's Gambit for Danganronpa 2 is the worst. Like, every single time I get caught off guard, I'm just like, okay, I'm enjoying the trial. I'm enjoying the trial. Crap, is it the good logic dive, or is it the Hangman's Gambit? And it's a Hangman's Gambit, and I'm just like, I have to absorb this and shoot this. It's stupid. It's dumb. I hate it.
It's such a bad version of the minigame. I don't think it's controversial to say it's the worst version of Hangman's Gambit. Like,
the new and improved Hangman's Gambit. No,
it's
no.
like bullshit. No, it's like, yeah, God.
And I did so much scripting for Danganronpa 2 already, so I don't want to give it away. It's a good game, but Hangman's Gambit sucks.
Yeah, we are inching ever so closely to getting Danganronpa 2 done. Zen just has to record the she just has to play and record her thoughts on the final chapter of the game, and then we will finally be beyond the main story and characters, and we can just do gameplay and completion, which won't take too long because gameplay and completion are mostly the same. Like, literally most of the trophies are literally just this copy and paste from what they are in
I'm still gonna add 5
one.
more hours of stuff to talk about.
No.
I'm still adding 5 more hours. It's gonna be 10-hour video.
Anyway, you want to talk about Zelda, Tifa, while I go get my charger for my phone?
Okay.
I'll take that as a yes.
Okay, so in my channel, I have a video that's called My First and Favorite Zelda. Not necessarily like, oh, the first Zelda I played is my favorite. Technically it is, but I wanted to talk about the video games of Zelda when Breath of the Wild was still the biggest hit, and we were waiting for news for the sequel, Tears of the Kingdom. And on there, I talked mostly about how I really liked the innovative changes that they made for the Zelda formula in terms of like the gameplay in Breath of the Wild. My first game, of course, for Zelda was the first game I played of Zelda. Was Twilight Princess, and it will always be my one true love because for most people, their first Zelda is their one true love. And I please just give me my updated Twilight Princess for the Switch, please, and thank you. Because trying to get a copy on the Wii U is fucking expensive. And so my favorite Zelda at the time was Breath of the Wild, which spoilers for my video. And I was expecting Tears of the Kingdom to be just this big overhaul, and it was. Yes, it does feel a little bit like if it were a copy paste of the Breath of the Wild, but it has so many updates, like so many of the updates. The updates. I'm repeating the word updates for some reason. Anyways,
I mean, it basically just is Breath of the Wild, except you're in the sky
plus.
now.
Yeah,
and
it is Breath of the Wild plus.
And it's Minecraft now.
Yeah, and oh my god, everybody, just seeing the designs of the Zonai, which I've only known about the Zonai thanks to a video talking about the Eternal Hyrule by OSP, Overly Sarcastic Productions. That was the first time I heard about the Zonai, and when I saw the Zonai in Tears of the Kingdom and seeing how their designs, and not necessarily like the character design, but I mean like the clothes and some of the armor that you get as Link, oh my god, it was so like Maya, Aztec, Mesoamerican inspired that it made me go monkey brain go brrr.
This is a resident Mexican, by the way.
Yes, because oh my god, like one of the armors you get the freaking penacho for like the helmet part, the headpiece. It's a freaking penacho. Yes, the feathers are smaller. Yes, but it's still a freaking penacho.
Also,
like the penacho de Moctezuma.
Also, hi Nick, I see in the chat there. If a console looks like it's gonna bomb, like the Dreamcast or Wii U, buy all the games. Yep. And me and my brother do have, we do got Zelda Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD for that reason.
Nice.
At the very
I have a Wind Waker. I still need to get my hands on Twilight Princess.
At the very least, when it comes to like the Wii U, most of the games have been ported off of the platform, and the Vita for that matter. Like there is like no reason to buy a PlayStation Vita at this point, because like literally that
I disagree.
That was like the Persona 4 Golden Machine for me for the longest time, and then that game got ported. And I'm like, it's just like the Andy meme from like Toy Story 2, where it's like, I don't want to play you anymore. It drops the Vita in the trash.
Here's the thing. I like the Vita. I think what works about it, especially for like games like Danganronpa and some others, is the immersion. Because a lot of times when you're like playing the first person like mode and you're holding up the Vita, it's basically you in that mode. And I like that. It's very immersive, and I still think there's value in that brick, okay?
Nick says that the Switch is the Vita done right. I will agree to that. That is, yeah, Sony just gave up on that system. Because the thing is, I like the Vita. I will say that. I like the Vita. But the thing is, Sony gave such they marketed that system so poorly, and they gave so
poorly.
Unless you were an anime fan, there was there wasn't much to
there
play
wasn't
on the
a
system.
lot for you except for like maybe Uncharted, but after like that first party wave, like there was nothing for a while, and I had to go to imports for a lot of it. It was a Danganronpa machine and like a Japanese game machine, but aside from that, like, what do you got?
Yeah, that's a good comparison, Nick. He says it's like the Saturn, and like that's so accurate because Japan loved the Saturn, but like it didn't do well anywhere else, and like it's the same here. But Japan loved the Vita, but like aside from that, like Japanese audiences, like the Vita didn't kick off anywhere else, you know. And it's a shame because there were a lot of good games, but like all those good games are now off of the Vita, so like why play the Vita, you know?
I still think there's value. I'm gonna play it for trophies.
Anyway, Zelda, Tifa, so we can move on. We're only halfway done with our list.
Okay, so yes, it is a few years later after what happened with the Calamity in Breath of the Wild, which I also was playing Age of Calamity, the game, the Dynasty Warriors like game, because I wanted to I wanted to play the fanfic before Tears of the Kingdom came out, and yes, Age of Calamity is the freaking fanfic, and I liked what they did with it because it gives me more time with the champions, which was what we lacked in the first game. And in Breath of the Wild, it just feels like, yes, it's a ravaged Hyrule. You're lonely. You have nobody but yourself. Not even talking with some of the NPCs made you feel like, yeah, this place is like I can have a safe haven compared to Tears of the Kingdom, where you have the freaking like main town where you can talk with like Pura and the other characters, and that's when you feel like you have a system, you have a support system, and you can talk to people know you're known, and you don't feel as lonely as in Breath of the Wild, which again, I love Breath of the Wild, but I think Tears of the Kingdom just has a few points up. Not to mention, you got Matthew Mercer as Ganondorf, which was amazing. It was amazeballs. His performance is great. I liked it. I got more used to Zelda's own English VA, which in my video I did complain that her voice just sounded so phoned in. In this one, it feels more natural. Maybe it's because like time passed and I'm not as like mean because I was mean. I made a Kid joke like, "Hey, Atlas, we don't talk like that." And oh my god, I don't want to go into spoilers because I think that's another game that you want to play, right?
Oh yeah, but both of us will eventually play Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay,
I mean, I don't really care about spoilers that much because you know it's a Zelda game, and like I don't think many Zelda games have great stories aside from like Majora's Mask and stuff.
Well, trying not to spoil too much, but how like Zelda's journey in that game made me cry. In tears. In Tears of the Kingdom made me cry.
Personally, because like for me,
exactly. That's why I'm trying to be careful.
I like to go in blind. That's why I went to Genshin first, because I didn't have money for Breath of the Wild.
Hence why I'm trying to be very, very careful because
Tears.
Tears of the Kingdom, which I find it funny that they had to delay for one day the trailer because the freaking queen died. before the trailer, the reveal trailer of the title.
That's funny.
I found that freaking funny.
That's
I was
so
like,
funny.
oh my god. The queen died.
Look,
okay, we gotta
the kingdom
delay
has
the
to be
name.
crying. We gotta make bank off.
God.
Yeah, oh my god, it was funny.
Is that your piece about Zelda?
I do like how they integrated like the champions, or in this case the new champions, with this version, because compared to last time where it's like, oh, you need to stop the calamity because or else everybody's gonna die. In this one, it feels more personal because of what happened with Zelda, and also Ganondorf being like, yo, what's up? I'm here now. You're all gonna die if you don't bow down to me. So,
Yeah.
I love me my Zeldas. I love me my Zelda, and it made me cry, and I liked it, and
Moving on.
And Sidon has two hands, so I'm happy.
Of course.
He has two hands.
Two girlfriends, and they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
With that said, let's go on to now this one on my end I'm not going to talk that much about because we're going to do a podcast about this around like the middle of the year, around like July or August.
And I haven't finished like the halfway point.
Yeah, okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is One Piece live action, because this was like my most, I'm gonna be real, this was my most anticipated show of last year. I was so excited for this because I had faith for it.
I was not.
I had so much faith in it. I'll explain it in a second. But yeah, we're going to do a podcast on live action One Piece around August time. But basically, we were going to do a podcast. We were actually going to start the Backslog last year around like a little after One Piece came out, so we could do a podcast about it. But then time went by, and now we're at the point where I'm just like, you know what, let's wait for like the 1-year anniversary of the show being out to like do a One Piece podcast. Because how far have you gotten into it, Zen?
The last I saw was Zoro versus Mihawk.
Yeah. What about you, Tifa?
I finished the first episode and I need to continue, and
Yes.
I'm kind of scared that I'm gonna become one of those
You're gonna be a nerd like us.
No, not a nerd. I'm concerned that I might be simping for a particular clown.
Oh no.
I'm scared.
Oh god,
I'm scared
He's hot.
you're gonna become a
Because
you know
how-
Buggy simp. But no.
Yeah,
so,
because you've seen so many girlies on TikTok simping for that character, and I'm like,
and they're
oh,
right.
no.
But yeah, so we'll probably get you caught up then sooner or later. I can jump into a Discord call with you, and like we can binge all the episodes to like make sure you've seen them. But yeah, so that's that's a podcast we're going to do down the line, so we won't talk too much about it. But basically, I was really excited for this show because once it had come out that like Oda was like overseeing the entire thing, as opposed to like live action Avatar, the Netflix series, which had the creators leave, I was like, okay, all right, that gives me hope. And then we saw the cast, and I'm like, oh my god, they're perfect, because they announced like the cast in this video. Where it's like, oh hey, I'm Inaki Godoy and I'm playing Luffy. I'm playing Monkey D. Luffy, and like, and all the cast members were like one by one, like saying who they were playing as, and the energy they were bringing, especially I think his name's Jake, because his name's Jacob. I think his full name's like Jacob Romero. Him especially, I was like, oh my god, he has Usopp's energy so much. And
he is perfect. He is perfect as Usopp. Like, I love it.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh my god, like, this cast is perfect. And like, just the more we kept hearing about it, the more info just kept coming out about live action One Piece, the more I'm just like, oh, this is gonna be good. Like, I could be wrong. Please let me not be wrong. But like, this is gonna be good. And like, I kept trying to convince Zen.
The one time that Phil was right.
And she was just like, I don't know, it's like a live action One Piece, we'll have to see, I don't know. And then the first trailer came out, and I remember it because they had announced.
We filmed it together.
Yeah, because I remember that like they had announced that One Piece was gonna be at what's the name of it? It's like the show. It's like the show Netflix does every year or every 2 years or something, like where they announce stuff. I think it's literally like Tadam or something like that. It's like, it's basically just the Netflix sound verbalized. I remember that much. And they announced like, oh, One Piece is gonna be there. It's like, oh, that's where they're gonna have the first trailer. And so I was at Zen's place at the time. This was when we were in Minnesota, and so I was like, oh my god, I can't wait to watch it. The trailer comes out, and I'm like, oh my god, I want to watch it. And Zen's like, no, wait till I'm there. And then so we watched it together, and I could see Zen's reaction. She was like, damn, this is actually gonna be good. And I was like, yep, told you.
And yeah, like, I gotta be honest, without spoiling too much, I've only seen about 4 or 5 episodes.
Five episodes.
I love it. 5 episodes. I love it. I think it's great. There are some small things that I have issue with, but like, the casting's perfect, the set work's perfect, the way they condense the arcs is really well done, and the way they add more with certain characters, just overall, I love it. We're gonna talk more when we actually do the podcast Backslog on it, but like, Buggy's hot. I'm gonna say it. He's hot.
He do be hot, though.
and he's finally menacing. Finally.
I mean, okay. On that, like, because the thing about Buggy is that like, he's supposed to be menacing for all about 5 minutes, and then he it's very quickly just established that, oh well, he's actually just a fucking, he's just a fucking dweeb. He's just a loser. And
Yeah,
so,
but he comes back, so like he's supposed to like.
Well, no. Well, that's what I'm saying though, because every time he comes back, it's always like, you know, he becomes more and more of a joke. But like the whole joke about him is he keeps winning upwards. Sorry, he keeps failing upwards. Which I find hilarious, and I love how that's portrayed in this series, because in his own standalone episode, in episode 2, where they cover Orange Town, they, you know, he is, he is menacing, and like they treat him as a threat. But then after he's taken care of, like they keep him around, which, you know, is a change from the original. But it's a change I like. You know, just to have the characters like across the entire series, you know, as opposed to just like very segmented, because you can't really do that in like a more like in a more season by season show like the live action series is. And I like how with Buggy, they juxtapose him with like Arlong immediately after, and they immediately establish like, oh yeah, Buggy's kind of a loser, and like, you know, and yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, we were scared of this guy?
Yeah,
and, like,
exactly. It's so good.
They do a great job with that. There's only one problem I really have, and it's with a lot of like, I like a lot of the Kuro arc, but I feel like when they put Bucci in that outfit, kind of took me out of it.
I will say, Syrup Village is the one arc that I think definitively I like more in the manga and anime compared to the live action. Not to say I don't like the live action version, because I do. In fact, they still, even though I do like the manga and anime version more, I do still have a lot of points in the live action series I like better. Like I like Usopp and Kaya's dynamic more in the live action series. I think they work better as a pair.
I love the cliffhanger where Kobe's there. Like there's some really great.
I love Kobe's integration throughout the entire series. I love how they keep him around post Shellstown and still have him work well. I like how he meets up with Luffy temporarily, and how they have him, you know, in the mix of things, and how I don't want to spoil it because you haven't seen it, but like by the end of episode 8, they have a moment where it's like they just definitively say like, oh man, Kobe's such a good guy, and like, and they have a good moment for Helmeppo as well. Like I can't say it because you haven't seen it yet, but oh my god,
Helmeppo like starts growing as the series goes on, and I like that they show more of that.
I like how it's him who tells Kobe about like the warlords, because like, you know, he's the more experienced one compared to like Kobe as far as how the world works. I like how oh god, there's
a lot of really interesting things and changes. If I had to pinpoint one thing that I think is better in the anime, though, I like most of the live action is fantastic when it comes to fights, but they rarely have Zoro use Santoryu in the series.
You mean the Wado Ichimonji?
Like the actual like in his mouth sword.
Yeah. The white one. That's the Wado Ichimonji.
No, Santoryu is three sword style. Is like what I'm saying is that he uses two swords more often than not. I get it. I do.
I would have at the very least had him use three sword style like at the end of fights, you know, kind of like how at the end of the Morgan fight he pulls out like the third sword. I would have had that for like at the end of the Bucci and Sham fight,
because like he doesn't use it in the Bucci and Sham fight, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and it's also like, I do hope we get to see more of it, especially because it's like, I know by the end of Alabaster it's like he uses one sword style, so it's like I do hope at the very least we do get to see more of two sword style in action. It's not just all like just him using like, you know, just one or two swords. But yeah, like
those are my minor complaints.
Yeah,
I think it's fantastic from what I've seen.
Syrup Village, I think like I do like how they kind of transformed the arc, so like it takes place like all within the mansion, but like I do think that by the end of it, I think Kuro's plane just isn't as like airtight as it is in the original, because they cut Django, which in isolation I don't mind too much, but it's like it does mean you have to rework Kuro's plan. I just think it's more stupid.
It also like, makes no sense how he faked his, you know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to avoid spoilers.
Yeah, how he faked the big thing, like, you know, that he's tied with. But that said, I do like Romance Dawn better. I like Orange Town better. I like I actually like Baratier better, I'm gonna be honest, because, like, I love Baratier for the first half in the manga and anime, but Krieg is such a non-villain that by the time that,
And we don't need Pearl. We don't need Pearl.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
so glad they cut Pearl.
Yeah, I'm so glad that Krieg and Pearl are cut, and it's like, it basically makes it so that, alright.
I'm not a big fan of them cutting Krieg simply because, like, I like that he's there, and I like that, you know, they do stuff.
Okay, but, like,
I like in the anime that they are actually, like, utilizing a lot of the strengths, but, like, his strength is just weapons.
Here's my thing. Krieg is like a big fish in a small pond, and like once we go, and like it makes sense once he goes to the Grand Line, he gets absolutely wiped, and that's his purpose in the Baratier arc. It's like he comes in and Mihawk immediately wipes him, and like, you know, and we get the confrontation between him and Zoro, which I think for that purpose Krieg serves it really well.
I like that very well.
The problem is that after the Mihawk and Zoro fight in the original, we get like this entire fight with like Krieg, and it doesn't work because we've already seen how much of a nothing villain he is, and yet we spend so much time on him that it's like, Luffy can easily take this guy out. Why are we still here? Why is he just not fucking dying? And so I'm just grateful that with the live action series, they get his point across really quick, and then it's just like, alright, Mihawk just kills him. I like that, I'm gonna be real.
I'm of two minds there, and I'm gonna save most of it for the podcast, but I do like him being taken out.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. Tifa, I know you have to like watch the rest of the series, and we are gonna have a podcast about it later this year. It won't be the next Backslog episode. We have about 2 or 3 episodes of the Backslog we want to do before then, but we will do a live action One Piece podcast in the middle of the year after we've all watched the entire thing. I've already seen the entire thing like 2 or 3 times at this point, so but I am more than willing to watch it again because I love live action One Piece, and I cannot wait for season 2. It is I guess my most anticipated show for next year, because I don't think season 2 is going to come out this year. And even then, I don't think, even if season 2 were to come out this year, I don't think it would be my most anticipated, because guess what's coming out this year? Arcane season 2, and I can't fucking wait. It's going to be so good.
We're not reviewing it yet. It's too soon.
We'll see about that. At the very least, I want to do a podcast, even if we don't do an analysis of it, like, even if we don't do an analysis of it, like, immediately, I do want to do a podcast on it because I love Arcane.
See what I have to deal with?
I do want to do an analysis. What's that?
See what I have to deal with? A couple of nerds.
I know, right? Like, see, it just took so long to do. I want to do a thing, but like, not yet.
Yeah. At the very least, before it comes out, I want to have a live stream with you, Zen, where we go through all of the League cinematics and like just go through all the lore. Not all the lore. That would be stupid, and I don't want to do it. But like, we'll go through a lot of the lore and like just catch ourselves up on that. Because that's going to be an experience for me as well, because I'm primarily just into League via Arcane. I don't want to play the game. But you know, we can save that for later on. We can talk about Arcane when Arcane Season 2 comes out. But with that being said, coming back to you, Zen, you want to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yu-Gi-Oh? I do like this Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Mato.
So around, I want to say July of last year, right before the wedding, I was approached by Rosen, who wanted me to be on this Yu-Gi-Oh! Progression series, and I'm like, I'll see what it is, you know, like, I don't know, my time's a little bit, you know, limited, but we'll see, and essentially just like, you want to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! So we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels every so often. It's live streamed, but it's like super casual, so I was okay with it. I'm like, yeah, let's play through Yu-Gi-Oh! And so I started playing, you know, from the Duelist Kingdom series. We just finished GX, and I quickly realized, well, I know how the game works. I don't know how the system works for EDO Pro that we're using. So I picked up Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and I started playing it. I played 258 total duels. 208 PvP, 50 solo, 54 hours in total. I completed, I completed the trophies and whatnot. It's not enough for me to get perfect with it. I'm still not great, but I at least know how the thing works. And so I was having fun with it. The problem is, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel utilizes every single format of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it starts you with links and XCs and all these stuff that I like better than friggin' whatever's in GX, because some of it I'm just like, I don't understand how this works. And fun fact, Bunny doesn't know how to read. Bunny can't read, so I was having trouble in the GX era, but I had an underdog arc. I came out of it better. I think I'm gonna have a better shot when it comes to like XCs and links and synchros, because those you just have to put matching cards together. Fusions are a little bit different, and I was having trouble with fusions, but also I'm never gonna get to pendulum summons. Pendulum summons suck. I'm so confused by pendulum summons. I used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. Huge fan of the card game. I played for a little bit in high school, but fell out of it. So most of what I knew was Duelist Kingdom. I watched the GX anime, but I didn't really understand how it worked. So it's like I have all these different like upbringings with Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm gonna say right now, so far, Duelist Kingdom is my favorite of the card game, simply because I understand the archetypes and it's easy to get stuff out without being shut down by stupid things. GX had a very bad start.
I will say that I am with you with pendulum summons. I know Rosen's like, oh, pendulums aren't even that complicated. I'm like, shut up. Yes, they are.
They can do 3 different things, and if it falls between this and this, they could be a trap. They can be a this, and they can be a that. It's like, I can understand Crystal Beast's deck, because the card can be a trap. If you destroy it, it becomes a trap, and then you can bring it back. That makes sense to me, because it's like just a means of getting your card back. But a lot of the stuff here is just like, okay, well, if it's between this and this, on a Sunday, you can summon 5 monsters in 1 turn.
At 3 p.m.
So it's like, it's a lot for me. And I'm just like, I'm trying. I just feel like, well, I never was in the 5Ds era, and I liked the GX anime. I feel like 5Ds had better stuff with the synchros and XCs, because it's easy to understand. You have this monster with a tuner, bam, summon the next thing. This with this plus this equals this. It's just easier for me, rather than, okay, well, you have to pull a polymerization card, you have to have the required monsters in your hand, you have to fuse them, and if they have bottomless trap hole, then it's nothing. I love you, Eli, but I'm banning that card someday. But yeah, so Master Duel, what I would say for the game, it's a good beginner's tool. The problem is that they utilize everything at once. So it's better, it's good for learning the system. It's not good for learning the card game. So, I mean, it's okay. It's not my favorite way of getting into it, but it was fun while I played it. I feel like I'll get more out of some of the other Yu-Gi-Oh games like Duel Links, or like Legacy of the Duelist. But this was pretty good, and I'm gonna play through the PS5 version.
Yeah, and I don't really have much to add, because while I did play Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid, I was a kid, so I didn't really fully grasp, just the proper way to play the card game is the thing. So I basically sucked.
I was more into Magic the Gathering as a kid, and even then I was bad at that. I got into Duel Masters. And, while I liked Yu-Gi-Oh! The most out of, Duel Masters, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, I felt Magic and Duel Masters was easier to understand.
No, I getcha. But yeah. Moving on, though, to get onto a topic, while keeping on the topic of anime, I guess, Tifa. I know that you have a couple of anime from last year that you experienced that you're gonna want to talk about. So, do you want to talk about them anime?
Yes.
The
And
floor
it's-
is yours because we haven't seen these.
Yeah, I was gonna say all three of these that you've listed, Zen and I have not watched, so you can just consider the next like 10-ish minutes, like 10 to 15 minutes, yours.
Thank you. And for anybody else who wants to hear more about my thoughts about other anime, especially the ones that me and another group of friends are watching at the moment, you can follow Rosenthorn on Twitch and watch his little live podcast every week called Randomay, where we talk about random anime all the time.
There's your
And
plug. There's your plug, Rosen. And also, you can watch the other podcast that he's a part of, that Zen and I are also in, which is the Rotho JoJo Show, which is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure podcast right here on the Bun Squad.
Is that a JoJo's reference? Is that a Mother Lovin' JoJo's reference?
Shoosh.
Ay, 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 ay.
I play a pot of greed. Aye.
Anyway, here you go.
Anyhoozle, these three anime have been my anime for last year. Even though there's more anime, but I wanted to focus on these three because they've been my anime. The first one being pretty much a telenovela, a soap opera, because it's a romance, of course, called My Happy Marriage, in which pretty much just think of Cinderella with this one girl, which unfortunately, because it's been some time, I can't remember her name, unfortunately. The main girl is treated as a slave, as a servant to her family, because in this world, certain people have these specific abilities, and because she has the blood of a very special family, she has no abilities whatsoever, and so they treat her like shit compared to her younger sister, who is the prettier, blonder, and who has abilities. So you have to serve us, and not in a manipulative, you need to help the family kind of way, like in Cinderella. In this one, she knows that she's fucking hated. She does not know how it feels to be loved or cared for, or even being considered. So her self-esteem is out the window, and so her family decide to marry her off, just to get rid of her. And at first, of course, everybody thinks that, because she's gonna be married off to this one guy who has already had a lot of fiancés who ran out, just flat out ran out on him before the wedding. They think, she's just gonna end up on the streets, or we can just pretty much pick her back up and she can still be our slave or whatever. But newsflash, when she spends time at the house of her fiance, the fiance is like, hey, you're actually good. Like, not in a like, the fiance is an asshole. No, since he knows his status, and he knows that many other women have approached him to just marry him for his money, he just expects our girl to be the same. But he notices that she's a hard worker, that she pretty much does not know how to actually be a person in a way. He's like, no, what the frick? You're my fiance. You shouldn't be doing all of these things that a servant would do. And so he pretty much starts treating her right. She starts feeling that, hey, how I was being treated at my house was bullshit. No, I deserve to be happy. I deserve nice things. And there's a few twists that are right up the alley of any soap opera. So if you're interested in watching it, I highly recommend it, because you're gonna fall in love with the guy. Who is very nice. And yes, they do have a certain point in the story where it's like episode 5 and 6, I believe, when the sister sees the guy who's being married off to her sister, and she's like, excuse you? That guy is actually hot, and he's of high status. What the fuck? Hey, sis, drop the marriage. I want to marry him. That kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
So, My Happy Marriage, the first season is already out. I think the OVA is soon to come out, or unless I'm mistaken that it's about to come out, or it's already out. So I don't really remember. It's available on Netflix, and I don't think it's in any other platform, unless I'm wrong. So please check out any of your other anime streaming services. Speaking of soap operas, there's another one which was my replacement for My Happy Marriage at the time, but it's more of a mystery slash comedy with a little bit of romance in there, just a little bit, just a teensy weensy bit, just a little droplet, called Apothecary Diaries.
I've had to hear her talk about this shit for like months upon months.
I love Apothecary Diaries. It's my mystery. It's my the mystery of the week. So Mao Mao, our titular apothecary, is kidnapped and sold off to be a servant in the Emperor's, the Forbidden City, the Emperor's, service staff, and. At the beginning, she's just like, okay, I've been kidnapped, I've been sold off. Just work and pay off your dues so that you can go back to your dad, who is he was also an apothecary. Her daddy taught her everything she knows, and during her service, she notices that two of the high concubines, aka just the main four, the high ladies, the ones that are close to being empress, but only one can be empress. She overhears that, hey, the two newborns of the emperor are sick, and even the two concubines who gave birth are also feeling a little bit sickly. And so concubines being concubines and also being hard-ass bitches, one of the concubines thinks that the other is cursed her because she gave birth to a son compared to the other girl who gave birth to a daughter. And the concubine who gave birth to a daughter, Lady Gyokyo, is like, no, I'm feeling, dude, if I cursed your son, Lady Lihua, then why is my daughter sick too? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, but bitches being bitches. Mao Mao is
a lot of cat fights.
Yeah, there's a lot of cat fights. Well, at the beginning of the story it's just cat fights. But Mao Mao, because of her knowledge, she's like, the concubines and the babies are experiencing this and this and that. Maybe I can find a way to give them like a message so that they can avoid whatever is making them sick. And a very, very handsome eunuch by the name of Jinshi notices Mao Mao and being like, she looks more intelligent than the other servants. And so, after, unfortunately, Lady Lihua's son perishes, he dies, Lady Gyokyo's baby, her daughter, lives because Mao Mao managed to get a message through without actually showing off who she was. Her message did go through and the baby was saved. Jinshi is the one who out of the blue knows it was her, so he's like, okay, so you're gonna be working close with me, or in this case Lady Gyokyo, sorry, and since she knows about these poisons, I think it would be best for me to low-key seduce her to keep her in line. Because Jinshi is a very pretty man, and almost every lady falls for him. While Mao Mao is like, ugh, no, bye, shoo. No, go away.
Yeah.
And so the rest of the story is about Mao Mao's being the now assigned food taster for Lady Gyokyo to test out any poisons, because in the past she almost got poisoned. So, and Mao Mao loves experimenting with poisons because she wants to know the effects. She wants to figure out how to, get antidotes done. She experiments on her arm, so that's why you see her arm bandaged because of that. And each episode is like the new mystery, like, oh, why did this one storage house explode? How can you make these flowers turn blue? Or, hey, we found a corpse at the moat. What happened? Or, hey, this one lower consort is sleepwalking. How can you fix that? My favorite episode is episode 4, because it we go back to Lady Lihua. She's gotten a lot sicker after the death of her son, and the Emperor, formally, he himself asks the apothecary Mao Mao to figure out what's happening and to make her better. And I love the progression of that episode, because you see how Lady Lihua got even sicker, what is happening in her court, and even the concerns of any consort at the time, like, hey, will I ever be able to give birth to another child? And Mama was like, who knows? All you can do is try, right? Yay! And I love that episode because it gives more emphasis to yay! Just the more personal side of the story, because the rest of the episodes are, again, just a mystery. And at a certain point...
I love the gifs that I keep finding from it.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, the expressions are so good.
Yeah, just the gifs you keep posting of Mao Mao, I think.
Mao Mao.
Yeah.
Mao Mao means meow meow, so haha.
Nya nya.
And currently, Apothecary Diaries is soon to end the first season. We're in the second core, is that how it's called? Because it had like a small 1 week hiatus between the two parts. So I've already gotten ahead in the manga, because it was around the time of the garden party, after the situation with Lady Lihua was over and done with. I wanted to learn more, because I was like, hey, I'm barely 4 episodes in, 5 episodes in. I need to know what the hell happens after this. And oof, I know how this season is gonna end, and it's gonna get good shit. Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good.
Okay. Now, Shangri-La Frontier. This was recommended to me by a friend. He was hearing all of my, just like how I did right now, singing the high praises for Apothecary Diaries, and he's like, hey, you know what? Let's do this thing. I'll watch Apothecary Diaries if you watch an anime that I recommend. And I'm like, okay, you're on. And he recommended me Shangri-La Frontier.
As long as it's not Shield Hero, it's good.
Let's not get into that.
All I knew about Shangri-La Frontier was that it's a VR game. Literally, it's the main character, Hizutome, or Sanraku, as he's known in the gaming world. He plays a lot of trash games. And after playing the trashiest of trash, he is recommended a God tier game. A AAA God tier, actually damn good game. And he's like, alright, I'll play. And he falls in love with it. And he starts, and this game is super huge. Think of it as I want to say Genshin meets Dark Souls a little bit. Because of course there's God tier bosses in this game.
Genshin mixed with Dark Souls. That sounds like a cocktail that is that is specially designed to not be my thing.
Yeah, because
the Dark
course...
Souls part, not my thing, but then again, I played a little bit of Demon Souls and liked it, so maybe.
Well, a Soulsborne game meets Genshin, because of course this game has its exploration, your RPG elements, and blah blah blah. But you also have these bosses that are fucking difficult to fight, especially the 7 Colossi. And our hero, Sanraku, meets one of the 7 Colossi, Lycagon, which is a big-ass wolf, and he's barely, in his 20, level 20 maybe, and he fights off a freaking God tier boss, and of course he gets smashed. And he's like, and Sanraku at first was like, I was gonna say that this game was unfair, but no. It is a fair game. I fucked up. I was underleveled. I wanted to fight God. So, Lycagon, you better not be defeated by anybody else. I will come back stronger. And so, after certain events that he triggered accidentally, he gets invited by a little white rabbit in a very spiffy
Bunny.
outfit.
Who
Yeah, a
you,
bunny.
who you keep posting gifs of.
Yes, Emil
Bunny.
the bunny, and he gets invited to the hidden realm of Rabbituza, where he pretty much becomes besties with the leader, Lord Visash, or Don Visash in this case, and he gets a few perks. But at the same time, he is like trying to figure out the game by himself because despite having nothing but a diet of trash games, he needs to get accustomed to actually good games. And this season, this show is also super close to finishing off its first season, and one of the boss battles just ended, and well, not just ended, like it ended like early, like a few weeks ago. Oh my god, the fight! Technically it's 4 episodes, the fight, technically, but I count it as 5 because the 5th episode is basically like the aftermath of, like, oh, think of it as like you beating a boss and you get like this big cutscene. That's what I mean. Like, you still count the 5th episode.
Yeah.
So, for me, it's 5 episodes when it's technically 4. So, oh my god, it might be because I'm a freaking gamer. It may be because I'm a freaking gamer and I love Emil, and not to mention how Son Raku is pretty much nerfed. Because after his fight with Lycagon, he gets cursed so that he can't wear like armor on his legs, on his chest, and so he has to figure out how to keep on playing the game with these setbacks. And because of his diet of trash games, he knows how to work certain systems and he knows how to play games.
Yeah.
I highly recommend this anime. I'm so glad that I watched it because I know that if it weren't because of it being recommended to me by my friend, I would have never like watched it because it feels like an isekai. It could technically be an isekai, but here's the thing. We're just seeing this main character play the video game. So it's not an isekai. Even though it feels like one, it's technically not.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll be getting around to watching these shows at some point because you really want to show them to us. So,
it's because it's
but
so
also
good.
bunny. It has a bunny. We have to watch it.
Yeah, the like seriously, the moment that we get to Rabbituza, I was yelling at Zen, being like, "Oh my god, there's a bunny! Oh my god, bunny mafia!"
It's you, Zen. It's you, and I'm like, I'm just Zen, and I want to play this.
It's just like her for real.
Yes, and it's so good. Look at Lord Vice.
And the boss rabbit, she showed me is great. I've been posting some gifs in Bun streams so that others can see it.
Yeah.
But like, oh my god, it's a bunny.
With that said, to move on, and I guess keeping the anime train rolling, because the next.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Apothecary Diaries and Shangri-La Frontier. You can watch it on Crunchyroll. And
this ain't random, Tifa. We don't have to like plug for absolutely.
No. It's just in case if somebody wants to watch it. I heard that Apothecary Diaries is available on Netflix, but since I'm in Mexico, I really can't confirm. But yeah, you can watch those 2 anime on Crunchyroll, and it's way ahead in Japanese, but it's maybe 2 to 3 episodes behind on the English dub, so you're still good. You got a butt ton of episodes to watch.
With that said,
oh god, she gave us the butt.
with that said, keeping on the anime train, let's go ahead and let's talk about Ghibli.
Ghibli. It's
No.
Ghibli.
Ghibli.
So last year I started another marathon of movies and I don't usually like to do 2 at a time, but the Disney one's gonna take quite a while, which, speaking of which, I guess I'll talk about this now. We're not going to talk about a lot of because I watched a bunch of Disney movies last year as a part of my big Walt Disney Animation Studios marathon that I'm doing. I'm not going to really talk about them because I'm planning a stream for once I'm done with that to basically rank all of them in like a tier list format. Like I want to do like a big stream regarding that. So I think I'm going to save that, like save discussing these films for when I do that. And that also counts any films that
Plus, we've been going for 6 hours.
well, yeah, okay, no, cumulatively, we've only been going for about 5 hours, like between the last stream and this one. But with that said, I'll save talking about them for that stream. But that said, I will list off the movies I did watch for this. Because the thing is, for this marathon, I'm watching the main Walt Disney Animation Studios movies, plus the direct-to-DVD sequels, and then also plus a few like miscellaneous films that I just tossed in for good fun that aren't tied to either Walt Disney Animation Studios or Pixar or any specific company. So the films I watched were Peter Pan, Return to Neverland, Lady and the Tramp, Lady and the Tramp 2, Sleeping Beauty, 101 Dalmatians, 101 Dalmatians 2, Patch's London Adventure, The Sword and the Stone, Mary Poppins, Saving Mr. Banks, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Pooh's Grand Adventure, and the Tigger movie. Those were all the ones I watched. I am likely to pick the marathon back up sometime this year and continue that, so I can keep going and, you know, hopefully things start to get much faster when I get to the Renaissance era, because, like, you know, pre-Renaissance era has a lot of films I like, but it's also a much slower paced era, so it's...
You think you have it bad? I had to review all this stuff in between.
Well, yeah,
so
because you're watching literally everything for the Disney debate, which I'm not doing, because fuck that.
No, you should do it. You should watch.
No.
You should watch so much of it. It's like you have, what's it called? The Reluctant Dragon and stuff like that.
With that said, I decided, you know what, as kind of a side thing, you know, for when I'm not doing the Disney Marathon, because my parents have Netflix, and in Netflix for us, we still have all the Studio Ghibli movies, except weirdly enough for Grave of the Fireflies, which wasn't ever on Netflix, and I think that's weird. It has a dub, so I don't get it. But yeah, so aside from Grave of the Fireflies, all the Ghibli films are on Netflix, so I'm like, you know what? I haven't seen all the Ghibli films. I've seen a handful of them, but I haven't watched most of them, so let's go through and do a Ghibli marathon. I've only seen 3 of them because I decided to do this right before October, and I already had another series of films I want to watch for October to tie in with Halloween that we will talk about in a little bit when it comes back around to my turn. So I've only seen 3 of them in this marathon so far. I'm probably going to get back to it sometime soonish, but I saw Lupin the Third, Castle of Cagliostro, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, and Castle in the Sky. And all 3 of these films are really good. The only one I had seen before starting this marathon was Castle in the Sky, which I will say is the weakest of the 3, and I do like it. I do like Castle in the Sky, but it is, of the 3, the weakest for me. I gave it a 7. I think it's a fun adventure, but that's basically the extent of it. I don't think that it's really... I like the characters, I like the vibe, I like the aesthetic, I love the dub and the ad-libs that the original version made, because, yeah, Netflix does have the original version of the dubs for both Castle in the Sky and Kiki's Delivery Service, and for Kiki's Delivery Service, I'm really glad about that, because I want to hear the added lines that Gigi's actor put in there, because I hear he's just absolutely hilarious.
Phil Hartman.
Yeah, Phil Hartman, there you go. But yeah, so I do like Castle in the Sky, but after having seen Castle of Cagliostro and Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, I do think that those 2 are slightly better. I think I gave Castle of Cagliostro, let's check here, I gave that a 7.5.
Is that the Lupin the Third film?
Yeah, that's the Lupin the Third film.
Okay, I haven't seen that or Nausicaa yet, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's... yeah, I gave that a 7.5. I'd be willing to bump that up to an 8, and then I'd actually be willing to bump both of these up. I'd bump Lupin the Third, Castle of Cagliostro. I'm not gonna say the full name. Why I say the full name? But I'd bump that up to an 8, and I gave Nausicaa an 8. But honestly, I want to rewatch that because that's probably like an 8.5 or a 9. I don't like. I gave it an 8 because it's kind of slow. There's gripes I have with Nausicaa herself. Like, I think she's kind of a dull. I think she's kind of a dull main character, but otherwise,
Girly.
I love this film. I think that
Girly.
One thing I will say, I haven't seen Nausicaa, but I love Castle in the Sky. I think it's a classic swashbuckling adventure film. I adore it.
Thank you, girly.
It's a really good film. I like it.
It's swashbuckling. It's like these legends. It doesn't have as much like specific lore to it, but I think that's what makes it work. It's this vague like Dark Crystal type mystery, but like it has great characters. I love Castle in the Sky.
Yeah, and
I would highly recommend it.
I'm fine with the film not being like, you know, all like big deep story, like, you know, and just being a fun time. But the thing is, like, Castle of Cagliostro is also that, where it's also just a fun time and there's not really a deep story. And the thing is, I think why I like Castle of Cagliostro more than I like Castle in the Sky is because I just think that as a film, like just from top to bottom, the way it's paced, like just the sequence of events, I just think that Castle of Cagliostro had a better like rhythm to it, if that makes sense. Because with Castle in the Sky, I think that like the problem I have is that like we have kind of like what feels like a climax when they awaken like the robot, like the famous robots like that are in this film. I feel like when they awaken that, and like we have like this big what feels like a climax, and then it's like, oh wait, we still have to go to Lapida, so like we have to like, you know, so the film just keeps going, and I feel like we get nothing for quite a while, and then it's just like fast paced, like, okay, now we get like this and this and this and this and this. I just don't feel like the rhythm is quite there in terms of its pacing. Whereas I think Castle of Cagliostro has a better pace. Like, for one thing, I do slightly prefer the characters in Castle of Cagliostro, although that does come with the benefit that the Lupin the Third cast is, by this point, really well established. And to be clear, I haven't seen a lot of Lupin the Third. I really want to get more into it. It's one of the reasons why I was really excited to watch Castle Cagliostro. But because they have been so well established by this point, I feel like they work a lot. And I think that the villain of the film is also just a real big bastard. And to be fair, Castle in the Sky also does have a really nice villain who is voiced by Mark Hamill. But yeah, I think that's the main.
You can very much hear the Joker still, like more chill, but you can still hear the Joker.
Yeah, but I think that's
the
why.
way I see Castle in the Sky, having not seen the other two, is that Castle in the Sky is built like a Pulp Fiction adventure film, kind of like Indiana Jones. Like, granted, after this podcast, I'm gonna see the first Indiana Jones for the first time, but it's that kind of pacing where, you know, swashbuckling adventure, it goes from one beat to the next. Yeah, it has a downtime, but I feel like the climax should be like that. So that's me, but you know.
Well, it's not. What I mean by the downtime is that I feel like there's barely room for much downtime between the second and third act is my thing.
Meh.
And being the Ghibli girly that I am, because I have watched most of Studio Ghibli's films, I am more of a fan of Laputa compared to Castle of Cagliostro. I don't recall if I watched it like in 2020 or 2021, because it was like when the films were like finally available on Netflix, and then Castle of Cagliostro was about to be like removed, and I was like, okay, this is my last day, I need to watch it. And I thought it was a nice adventure, but unfortunately, because I don't know the characters, it didn't like hit hard for me compared to Miyazaki's other films. So I do have to give it like a few low points. But again, I have not seen the series, so as a first-time viewer, there's a lot of things where I'm like, what?
See, to be honest, I didn't actually have really that much of a problem with it, because the thing is, Lupin the Third like is a very self-explanatory series. It's like a couple of thieves, you know, keep duping out like this this one police officer.
Zenigata.
Yeah, Zenigata. He, you know,
Inspector Clouseau.
yeah, and they keep punking out this one inspector, and then amongst everything, there are, you know, actually really menacing bad guys compared to like just the comedic, you know, thief bad guys that Lupin and his pals are. And so he like, you know, and so the Lupin and Zenigata often have to like team up in order to like stop a bigger threat. So like that's basically what Lupin amounts to most of the time. So I think it's very self-explanatory. So I honestly didn't have a problem, despite the fact that this was in essence my first proper Lupin you know, experience, like from top to bottom. I honestly think that I had a really good time you know, watching it, even in spite of the fact that like this was my first experience with the characters, actually, you know.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I often hear Castle like Cagliostro is a good place to start if you want to get into Lupin the Third, because the thing is, like, because part 1 of Lupin the Third is very old, and they didn't find a groove for the series until like after the halfway point, which is, I believe, when Miyazaki and oh, what's his name? Takahata, yes, Isao Takahata. It's when the two of them took over. But by that point, it was too little too late, and so the series got cancelled. So part 1 isn't exactly the best series to start off with. But then part 2 is quintessential Lupin, but that series is also over 100 episodes. It's over 100 episodes of, like, episodic, you know, storytelling. It's not like, you know, a serial show. It's very much like a, you know, episode of the, like, you know, you know, story of the week.
So it's like the Doctor Who problem, where like you have the lost episodes in the first one, and part 2 has the more formulaic episodes.
I mean, there's no real lost episodes, to be clear. It's like, it's just that like it's more so part 1 is kind of difficult to get into because it's not really what Lupin is, whereas part 2
it's the same thing with Doctor Who. Part 1 is hard to get into for some people. I love part 1 of Doctor Who.
Oh well, yeah, the first Doctor's great, but yeah, so second part of Lupin's just very long, but like you don't have to watch all of it because of the fact that it's episodic, and then like there's more temporary, like there's more contemporary, like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking.
Contemporary?
Yeah, there's more recent anime like part 4 and part 5 of Lupin that are really good from what I hear. That I gotta watch. But Castle Cagliostro is what I hear is like the most. Is like the best way to get into the franchise. That said, Nausicaa is awesome. I love this film. I think it's so damn good, and I think I gave it a lower score than it really deserves. The first time around. I think this is like really like a 9 or so. Like, I'll read out like to give kind of like my thing on Nausicaa as a character. I'll read out my my Letterboxd review because I did have I did write something about it on Letterboxd. I basically said, lovely execution of its narrative and themes about coping with the change of the world as opposed to burning the new down. It's one of the better films I've seen to handle these themes. Sadly, I think its downfall is in its title character. Not to say I didn't enjoy Nausicaa, and I love how competent and proactive she is for an 80s female lead, but ultimately it always feels as if she's an observer to the events around her and doesn't have too much of an arc throughout the film. That said, she is still a fun character to watch throughout and serves the story and themes quite well, so it doesn't end up harming the film too much. And I also know how the soundtrack is just phenomenal, which it is. I very much want to rewatch the film so I can hear the soundtrack again.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and those themes, like, yeah, just Nausicaa herself as a character being more so of an observer is not a problem that like just exists with this film. A lot of films have the issue of like their main character not really having a character arc and of just being like, you know, a vessel in which we view the themes and the story. And it's not a terrible issue for the film to have. It just means I had to like, because for me, when it comes to story, characters, and themes, the aspect I care about the most is characters, personally. It goes characters, then themes, then story for me, but that's me personally. I know other people have their preferences, and this film's preference is the story and the themes. And once I changed my mindset to be like, okay, this is this film's focus, then like I can see like, oh my god, this film's amazing. It's utterly amazing, and the fact that it was it technically wasn't even Ghibli's first film, even though it really is. Like, because Castle like Cagliostro isn't even the first film for Ghibli, but like it shares a lot of the same crew in which like it often gets counted. And then like Laputa. Nausicaa is technically right before Ghibli was established as a company, but all of the staff are the same, that retroactively it is counted as a Ghibli film. And to consider the fact that it was like really like Ghibli's like first proper film is mind-blowing, because it is fantastic.
It is beautiful, and of course, it's very distinct from the manga. I wanted to make a project regarding the Ghibli films. I wanted to do this last year, but unfortunately, because of reasons, I had to push it back. I was reading the manga, and I was like, whoa, this is very different. There's like a lot more themes in the manga, which I'm not going to spoil if you want to like ever read it yourself. So I highly recommend you read it, because
from my understanding,
the movie is very good, like in its own condensed way, but the manga feels like Nausicaa plus plus.
From what I understand, Hayao Miyazaki wanted to make this first. He conceptualized it as a movie, and those around him were like, I don't know, like, you know, we kind of want to focus on stuff that actually has source material, like Lupin the Third, for instance. And so we want to focus on stuff like that has source material. And so Miyazaki was basically like, okay. Then he went out, made Nausicaa a manga, and he was like, now can we make it a film? And they're like, okay, we'll make Nausicaa a film. So it's like, and that's why I think it works. It works well as a film, because while the manga does go further beyond the point that the film ends, and while it does have more story and it has like much more to say about the world and stuff, I haven't read the manga yet for the record, but like while it has more to say about the world and more about the themes and such, the film still feels conclusive and standalone, because it was like thought up like from the ground up, like as this film, and then Miyazaki went out, made the manga, and went further beyond the point of like what he had originally planned. Which is why I still think, despite the fact that the manga goes into more detail, the movie is still good on its own. For the record, we do plan on covering manga here on the Backslog, and I do have Nausicaa's manga on the list for manga that we're going to cover eventually, so I can't wait for that, because I do really want to get into the manga.
What was it? What is this manga? Mangoes?
Dango mango. But yeah, that's what I have to say about the Ghibli film so far. Castle in the Sky is good. Castle Cagliostro is really good. Nausicaa is amazing, and I think I've been stalling continuing, because I know that the next film is going to be Grave of the Fireflies, which I haven't seen, and I don't want to watch it. Not because I think it's going to be a bad film. I am expecting it's going to be fucking beautiful, but oh my god, I am not ready. That is, because from everything I hear, that is not a film you watch for enjoyment. So I'm scared, is what I am. With that said, Zen, do you want to go on with, I know you have two more entries, but do you want to cover the other Ratchet entry first, just so you end on a high note with, Binding of Isaac?
Okay. So, for my last game this year, I played, Ratchet & Clank Trilogy on the Vita, specifically the first Ratchet & Clank. Now, I didn't finish this until this year, but like I basically got most of it done. I got the base run and a few skill points. I got about half the trophy, stuff like that. But this was a saga. So Ratchet & Clank Trilogy is only available physically in other regions. It's not available in America, so you had to get the EU version of the game. So I had it imported. Got the game in thanks to the help of my wonderful bunnies. I use some of the money that goes towards the show. I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be for the show. So I got it, I tried it out, and I wanted to talk about it on the show. I will eventually talk about like the full trilogy. First things to note is that I can understand partially why I didn't come in, because out of all the ports, Sly Cooper, Ratchet & Clank, Jak and Daxter, this has the worst presentation of a compilation.
Mm-hmm.
In the base hub on the trilogy, there's no music. Even Jak and Daxter, with all the problems with the rear touchpad had, and some of it had music in the presentation.
I think, just as an observer, I think what the like in terms of presentation, I think what Ratchet lacks in, it makes up for where Jak and Daxter failed. In that, Jak 2 and 3 run fucking terribly on the Vita.
Oh, they run so slow. It has better frame rates. I will say that much. It has better frame rates. It has better stuff, but like, it just has weird presentation in the menu, and it feels lacking. Now, granted, I think the Sly Cooper collection on the PS3 was lacking as well, and so was the Jak and Daxter. But that's just because like it was just a base thing. But at least had music, you know, like. So I'm kind of comparing it to that, but like this was just that, and I thought there was something up until I clicked on the thing. I'm like, oh, okay, nothing's wrong. Now there are certainly problems. I will say that it is the same great PS2 game, and you know I do remember some of the problems. Like it has inverted controls to start. That was in the base game. Like you know it's not perfect for the camera. Stuff like that, I understood. I think the problem is with this, the camera is much stiffer, and so is platforming. You get used to it after a while, but it is a lot stiffer, and it didn't make much of the game too hard to play, except for a couple of the original stuff where you're on tight walkways. It's not too bad, so I still think it's bad. But what really got to me, most of the game had no problem with. The hoverboard controls are awful. Like you have to get the PS2 version or at least the PS3 version to make the hoverboard work because it's far stiffer. It's hard to win races. I finally got it. I finally got the speed trophy and stuff like that. Those were awful. But the worst one was the Twisty McMarks because you got to use the rear touchpad for those tricks, for the R2 and L2 tricks. And it's like, it took me so long just to get it, just because like it's hard to tell when it registers the rear touchpad. So you gotta do that first and do this and that. And I did take a closer look at my Vita. It did look like there's a point where the rear touchpad might have been damaged, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if it's just me. But from what I've heard from other people, the rear touchpad just doesn't want to work when it doesn't want to work. So it's like, playing through this game again was fun. It's nostalgia. I still think this is a great game. I liked going through the skill points. I liked playing through the environments. Some of the early environments, like I didn't like the lava level, and there's some of them that I didn't like revisiting. But it's the first game of the series. I can forgive that. What made it worse was some of the controls, and I feel like this is the worst version of the game. But I still liked having it on the go.
Yeah.
It's weird because, like, I would recommend completing this. But it's a novelty for me because it's not available in America and I was, like, completing a nostalgic game. So it's like, it's bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not my preferred version. Get the PS3 trilogy, PS2 game above all else. But if you're curious, if you want to see the full things, you can probably... I mean, I haven't played Secret Agent Clank or Size Matters. Those are the last two games that I still have yet to beat after I finish the trilogy. But I can't imagine that they're worse than this. So if this is a low point, it's not awful, you know?
Yeah. Tifa and I basically have nothing more to really add, given that, you know, it's like we said before. I played Ratchet as a kid, but, like, only barely, and I haven't played it since.
You haven't played this version, so yeah, I just it was a slog, and I'll talk more about it next time. But it was mostly, God, that rear touchpad. It didn't work for me in Jak with the turret. It didn't work for me here. I finally finished it. Never again.
Yeah.
I've only known about Ratchet and Clank because of a boy that I used to babysit for, who he played it a lot in his PS2, so that's why I know about Ratchet and Clank. And I do have, I think, the remake of the first game on the PlayStation because I had it like for free because it
On
was
PS4.
available on the PlayStation. Yeah, on the PS4. I think I have it for free because of the PlayStation subscription. That each month they give you like a free game. Well, 3 free games or
It's
plenty depending on the console.
It's a wholly different game because it's more so based on the movie than it is on the than it
Yeah.
was the first game.
That's what I've been told.
It also has a very mixed reception. I know Zen really likes it, but like a lot of people think it's like leagues below what the first game is, and I can understand both viewpoints. I've definitely seen very mixed reception to that game. But yeah, as we ramp down and like get into like our last few entries here, we don't really have many games to talk about left. Mine are all like movies in one show going from here. Zen has one more game on her end, but Tifa, would you like to talk about the last game you had experienced last year?
This game is pretty much like a revisit to almost 10 years ago, so it was more for nostalgic reasons as to why I played this game. Saints Row 4. You're pretty much the president of the United States stuck in the Matrix because aliens destroyed Earth.
And if you want context,
I've heard a lot of good, crazy things about this game. It's the one with the purple dildo, right?
Yes.
And if you
Well, you can also get it shiny and blue.
if you want to just have a comparison point, it's just like, for the record, I haven't played Saints Row. I own the second and third game on PC, and I want to get around to them soon. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like you want to compare. It's like the first 2 games were just like you're like a you're a thug who's like just going around like between these, what is it, like these like crime groups like throughout
Rival gangs,
yeah,
I think. I haven't played them, but like I haven't. Yeah, I own them. I just haven't played them.
And then you get to the 4th game, and yeah, you're the president who's stuck in the Matrix. It's like, what the fuck? Where did we go from here?
Saints Row 3 and
Yeah,
4
it's
just go off the
basically-
rails, and that's why people love them.
Yeah, well,
It's
okay.
basically
It's either
it's-
people. Sorry to cut you off, Tifa. It's either people love them or people hate them, because there's people who definitely prefer the original tone. But I know those who love like the wacky style for Saints Row absolutely adore it. Yeah.
It's basically Independence Day meets the Matrix with a
Mhm.
lot of like, I want to say like a lot of bullshittery and a bit of Looney Tunes mixed in, because you can do some bullshit stuff, because since you are in the Matrix, you can pretty much hack the system and do whatever you want. You get superpowers, which I remember from this old review from a person who I no longer follow for quite a while, Angry Joe. He mentioned that this game is pretty much the best Flash game, Superman game you could ever play. And with that, I managed to finally play 2 pieces of the DLC of the game, which are
Get out of hell.
Enter the Dominatrix and The Saints Save Christmas.
Oh, okay. Is Get Out of Hell like? Wait, no, that's technically a game in of itself, isn't it?
Yeah, think of it as the Miles Morales of the Saints Row 4
Yeah,
game, because
a lot of games
it was
do that.
originally DLC for Saints Row 4, but for some reason they decided to separate it, so I have not
Like
played
the
Get
infamous
Out of Hell.
standalone DLC
Yeah,
kind of
like
thing.
how there's a lot of companies do this now, where it's like Infamous, First Light, Uncharted. Is it Golden? No, Golden Abyss I think is the Vita game. I think it's the Lost Legacy, which is the one that came along with Uncharted 4.
There's just like this side game, like Infamous Infamous 1 had it with the zombies.
And then like Miles Morales, it's like it's basically just like here's our main game, and then here's another smaller side game which will only take you like a quarter or third of the time to beat, but it's big enough to where it's not really a DLC basically.
Pretty much. So yeah, I played those, and I also managed to finally 100% it, because I began the game like early last year, but then I got distracted by Genshin, which you can all know where that went, and I finally decided, okay, you know what? I need to finish this game. I want to 100% it, or at the very least play the DLC, but then I managed to see that, hey, no, wait a minute, I can actually 100% this shit, and I did for for 2 DLCs and for the main game. So, haha.
Yeah.
And one of them is a bullshit, bullshit trophy. Was like, kill at least 250 enemies with this one weapon alone. And I'm like, okay, I gotta go back to this one level and enter the dominatrix to fulfill.
If you think
thing.
that's bad, one of the trophies that I still haven't done, and God, it's not the Binding of Isaac. What's the name of the game? The Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is they have tacked on multiplayer, and one of the trophies is 10,000 wins, 10,000 kills.
Ah, Jesus.
God.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten to that yet, but like, that's in the multiplayer, and they thought it would take off that much.
Yeah, I remember having to edit that video, and I was like, good God, why do they make these kind of games?
Why?
Yeah.
Just why?
Why? It's cat noises. Why?
Why?
You got anything else to say about Saints Row 4, Tifa?
If you haven't played this game, I highly recommend it. It's crazy, it's fun. Just have a good time.
I want to start with the first one, but
Yeah,
I eventually will.
Problem with me, and the reason why I'm probably going to start with the second one is because Saints Row 1, even to this day, is only available on Xbox 360. And I'm like,
Wow.
I'm just like, why? Why does Microsoft have like an exclusivity deal permanently with that game? Like, why have we not? Is it because they don't want to like re-release a game that they think is too old? It's like, why haven't you re-released Saints Row 1? Like, and I'm pretty sure you can backwards compatibility. You can play it through backwards compatibility on Xbox One or something. But it's like wow, like why haven't they fucking ported that game?
Yeah, I want to experience the first game, damn it. And I can only do that because I have my Xbox One.
Yeah.
Not Xbox original, Xbox ONE.
Xbone.
But yeah, it's like I will get into the series sooner or later. It's just I'm probably gonna start with the second game just because I can't play the first game. If not, I would play it. But it's like, yeah. With that said, going over to my end, you know, as I've said, I'm going largely chronological in terms of like what how I experience things, and now we get to my October watch list, and I'm very happy with the amount of things I watched in October. We'll get to the big one in just a sec, but first and foremost, let's talk about some of the movies that I watched independently from the main series I experienced. One of which was Haunted Mansion. I think all three of us can comment on this one. Yeah, it's the 2023 Haunted Mansion, which Tifa and I experienced because of our friend Rosen, who we keep mentioning. Hi, Rosen. Hope you enjoy listening to this.
Well, technically, I watched the film in theaters, so
okay. So you watched it in theaters, and then we experienced it. Yeah. So
I watched it after the fact for the Disney debate.
But yeah,
this was a trip. Was a trip.
I enjoyed it fine enough. I think it's. I gave it about 6 out of 10. It's an okay film, and I had my fun with it. Let's see what I wrote on Letterboxd. Okay, what I wrote on Letterboxd.
I have to agree. Yeah.
What I said on Letterboxd. Watch this with a group of friends on Discord. When Lakeith Stanfield was having this big emotional moment, yet he had to shoehorn a Baskin Robbins plug in there. We all just lost it. And like, yeah, it's like he's giving this like big emotional like speech about like how, I guess spoiler alert, his wife died. You learn that like early on in the film. But yeah, he's giving this big emotional speech about how
Not really. Like, apparently the movie makes it a mystery, and that's part of the problem I have with it. Is the tone is like it's a the movie makes it seem like a mystery because like they foreshadow it and they focus on it, but they don't say it until that scene. Half of the movie, I was wondering what the hell was going on.
I guess so, but it's like even still, it's like I kind of guessed like pretty early on. It's like, oh, she's dead. But yeah, so he's giving this big speech about how she died, and he's oh god, like he's such.
It's really well acted. He's a great actor.
Except for the freaking.
He's such a good actor. And he like does it so well, and then he has to shoehorn a Baskin Robbins freaking like thing in there. It's like
that's a good feeling for this film. Like, I think it's okay, but the problem is it doesn't know which tone to pick. it wants to be serious at some points, and then it wants to be comedic at others, and it doesn't know when to do it, and it kind of shoehorns in. It's poorly edited and paced. It has like the opposite problem of the Eddie Murphy one, where I was engaged from the beginning, but I didn't know what was going on half the time. So it's like, I like the cast. I think Danny DeVito's amazing, and so is Owen Wilson. But like, there's a lot of over the weird tone. The climax is weird. It just
The climax
watch it with
is
friends.
so weird, yes, because it's
The
like
climax is weird.
it's just like they tried to make this like big thing, but because of how they handled the script, I was like, that makes no fucking sense. Or that not that it doesn't make any sense. It's just like it feels so like, oh, we need a freaking climax, and not to mention my bestie, who was the person who I went with to watch the movie. I had a fun time, but I still had my complaints because I was like, okay, the pacing is weird, and the whole like handling about like death and such is supposed to be like very respectful, but at the same time they're trying to keep the funny ha-has because of the kids in the audience and blah blah. And
It's like, if you wanted to make it a comedy, you should
Make
have
a
gone with more
comedy.
Danny DeVito. Like, make it a comedy. It's
Yeah.
weirdly paced.
Owen-
It has a
Owen
weird
Wilson-
tone.
Owen
Watch
Wilson
it
and,
with friends.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I would have enjoyed this movie
watch
nearly as
with
much.
friends.
I don't think I would have enjoyed this movie nearly as much if I hadn't watched it with friends. Owen Wilson.
I wish
and
I
Danny-
had watched it with friends.
Yeah, Owen Wilson and Danny DeVito are the best parts of it. It's an okay film. It is okay. But yeah, watching it with friends probably elevated it from like a 5 to a 6. It was okay. It was a fun time. Jumping ahead to the last two films I watched for Halloween this year, or for October this year, just so I can talk about the main thing I did throughout all of October, in a sec. I watched both The Nightmare Before Christmas for the first time, and I also watched Five Nights
The
at
Princess
Freddy's.
Bride.
Five Nights at
We talked about The Princess Bride last time, Zen.
Yeah, but you have to watch it again because it's amazing.
Marriage
but
is
yeah-
what brings us here today.
But yeah, we also watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
Also known as jump scares.
I like Nightmare Before
Not all the
Christmas.
times. Not all the times. But yeah.
I meant the game.
I like The Nightmare Before Christmas. I'd give it about a 7, because it's a film. I could feel you just recoiling in your chair, Tifa. I could feel you just like recoiling in your chair there. Look, it's a good film. I think the songs are like absolutely like I saw a post about this movie a while ago, and I think it's very accurate. It's like, man, this is such
You
a
see why I hate Phil?
yeah. It's
Do you see why I fire Phil?
I saw a really good post where it's like, man, this is such a good soundtrack that also came with a movie. Like, and I'm like, damn, yeah, but also damn, like.
That movie.
Phil, you're fired. You
changed
should stop
my
the
life.
stream right now because, like, it's amazing film.
It's a really
That
good
movie
film, but also
changed my life. How dare you? I will smack you with a tuna.
But also, there's not a lot of room for it to sit. Like, it definitely stands the test of time, and like I can see all the great parts about it, and I'm sure maybe with more rewatches I'll give it a higher score. But just like, I think just the more I thought about it, the more I was just like, I really like this film, and there's a lot I like about it. Like, I really like Sally as a character. I think she's absolutely the standout. I like the moment where she just
The animation.
She tosses herself out of the building and like stitches herself together. I really like that. Like, it's like, oh, like you poisoned me like 2 times, like no 3 times, or like something like that. Yeah, I love her. I think she's a great character. The animation is superb. Like, it's it's a really good movie. I can't fault it for like for a lot, because it is a great movie. Main reason I give it a 7 is because, like, yeah, a lot of the time it does feel like, we are just kind of stringing a plot together from the songs as opposed to, like, having a really good narrative. And it doesn't need a really good narrative. It is kind of like a fairy tale-esque type of story. But, I don't know, I think I need a few more, kind of like Princess Bride, I think I need a few more rewatches to, like, really have it like stick with me, you know.
You see why I hate Phil. I love you, but I hate you.
And funny that you mentioned Princess Bride. Okay, I watched that movie. I want to say about 7 or 8 years ago. I can't really remember, because it was around 2016, 2018 when I first watched it. I never watched it. I knew about my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father, prepare to die, and I thought that line was hilarious. But I didn't know the context behind what made that quote great until after I watched it. The first time I watched the movie, I was like, huh, okay. It's a classic, I guess.
Yeah.
But then I decided to rewatch it, and I had a completely different mindset, and I fell in love with it. I was like, oh my god, now I see
My
why
name
it's a
is
fucking
Inigo
classic.
Montoya. Stop talking.
And when I read about Mandy Patinkin's like delivery of that line, I was like, bruh, can I go to your house and have a cup of tea and just talk, please?
Yeah.
Because of course you guys know about my history.
Yeah, of course. And then there's also the FNAF movie, which I thought was.
I'm not afraid.
Why don't you go first, Tifa? If just because, yeah.
Sorry.
Because I know
okay.
of the two of us, you're a bigger fan. I enjoy Five Nights at Freddy enough. I know Zen's not really a fan of the series. I personally.
Jump scares.
I'm okay with the series. I think it has its. I have my enjoyment with it here and there. But why don't you talk about it first, Tifa?
Where's the law? Okay, so of course I have been following Five Nights at Freddy's since its inception. Well, not necessarily its inception, but when it got popular thanks to people like Markiplier, and I kept a close eye on the saga, on the franchise, despite not ever actually playing a game except for the first one up until Night 4, and that was it. And yeah, going into the movie, I had a mindset of it's not going to be a great movie. I bet the script is going to be ass. But I am in a theater filled to the brim with fans, young and old, whether they're cosplaying, whether they're just there with a t-shirt, with their plushies, which I went in with my 2 Sun and Moon plushies from Security Breach. The energy of that freaking theater was astronomical. It was great. The film is not good. The script, it's ass. Yes, because there's a lot of plot holes. There's a lot of moments where I was like, really? They went with this in terms of script writing. And I'm not a professional script writer. Far from it. I don't have the fucking credentials. I do not. But I had so much fun because of the energy in the theater, and I would not ask for a better experience.
I think
again, the script is ass.
I think
the script is ass.
It's
fun.
I think my
it's dookie.
I think my experience with it was like a 6 or 7 out of 10 in terms of like enjoyment watching it with friends, and then actual film quality is about a 4. It's pretty bad. It's not horrible or anything, but like, yeah, it's not very good. For one thing, Matthew Lillard is in it playing as you know who. Like, I won't say it for the sake of, I guess, a spoiler alert, but it's like, if you're a FNAF fan, like, you already know who the fuck he plays. Like, and he was great.
You know.
Like, he was awesome.
I know nothing about the lore. I don't really care.
Yeah,
I don't want to be spoiled, but at the same time, I won't play the games because it's just jump scares.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I will say, like, Matthew Lillard plays, like, a big lore character in the series, and, like, he's great. Like, Matthew Lillard is always awesome. He is fantastic in the film. My god, does the film underutilize him, because you see him, you see him once or twice at the beginning, and I think maybe, Mike calls him, like, one more time in the middle or something.
Yes.
And then he only appears again at the end of the movie, and I'm like,
Yes.
why? Show more of him. It's Matthew Lillard. It's like,
Why do you think I said that the script is ass?
Yeah, and like
He's dookie.
And,
He's
like,
dookie.
we hardly see much of the animatronics a lot of the time, and like, you know, and I don't necessarily mind, because like a big thing about the movie in the middle is like Mike's sister forms a bond with the animatronics, and we actually get to see like the animatronics like bond with them and like have fun and play, and like that was cute. Like that was okay, but like at the same time it's like, man, for a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, there sure isn't a lot of the animatronics killing people, isn't there? God. Yeah, but it was, a lot of it was okay. Other parts were like, wait, what? Like a lot of the what am I trying to say? A lot of the script was pretty bad. Like all of the plot decisions they made throughout were pretty shit. But also there was nothing like terrible about the movie. I wouldn't say there's nothing that made me go like, oh, that's awful. Why'd you do that? That makes no sense. Like there was nothing like that. I will say it was nice to see Matt Pat, especially now with the context that like he's retired now, at least from game, retired from game theory. So it was nice to see him in the film. I know you have your own things to say.
It's been forever that I watched a film theory video, because I just like grew tired of it. But I wasn't like, oh, I hate Matt Pat because of this and this and that. No, far from it. I was just like, I just lost interest and just.
It's the same with
minding
me.
my own business.
It's the same with me. There are definitely like some theories where I really don't like them, and I think that like I'm just like, God, Matt, why? Like, could you not have looked into this a little bit more? But otherwise, I think he's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I also do like that. They played the Living Tombstones like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes,
song.
that was. I had
That
like
was actually pretty good.
I had an inkling that they were gonna put that song, but I was like, hey, if it's not on there, well, it's fine. But then it's kind of like that one meme on TikTok where it's like, oh, the ending of the movie, oh wow, that movie was just, and then dun 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 dun. Wah!
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's about all we can really say about the film. It's whatever. If you're a FNAF fan, you'll probably enjoy it.
Yeah, which
But
was,
that's
in
just
my
a
case,
theory. A gay
film
theory.
theory.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
watching.
Yeah.
They had a compilation of that where they got a lot of collaborators of Matt Pat, and I think fans as well, to basically say that's just the theory in Matt Pat's final theory on the channel. So I thought that was really wholesome.
Yeah.
Okay, what else? I also saw Knock at the Cabin, which is the latest M. Night Shyamalan film, and that was pretty good. It's nothing special.
Does it have a Shyamalan twist, like old or something like that, or the mist?
Surprisingly, like not really. Like honestly, I'm trying to.
Because I heard old was bad, so I stopped.
Yeah.
I stopped watching M. Night Shyamalan a long time ago.
No. Like, yeah, M. Night Shyamalan over the last few years has been very hit or miss. Because there was a period there where like Shyamalan was just putting out like bad film after bad film after bad film after bad film. And over the last few years, he's turned himself around a little bit in the sense of like he still has some bad films, but like he also has had some pretty good ones. Like I hear The Visit was pretty good. I hear Split was really good. But I also hear Old was bad. So it's more of a mixed bag, basically. With that said, Knock at the Cabin is a pretty good film. It's not really like. There's nothing really like, you know, big, like, again, like I said, there's no real big twist in it. It's like, it's basically just reaffirming stuff that we've been told from the beginning of the film. But that's it. I thought the story was pretty good. It's nothing special. Like, it's basically, the plot of Knock at the Cabin is, two dads along with their daughter, go to this cabin in the woods, just kind of to get away, you know, on this, like, to be a part of this getaway. And then this big buff guy, played by Dave Bautista, who's not aggressive. He's not, you know, he's not aggressive. He's not trying to, like, you know, be a bad guy or anything. He's very calm spoken. He's very I will say right now, the acting in this film is fucking amazing, but all across the board, the acting's really good.
Well, Dave Bautista's been great in all the things, especially Glass Onion.
Love him.
Yeah.
And so he comes along with these 3 other people. Let me just search up who they're played by, because I know 2 of them, but I gotta see the who plays the other person. Let's see. One of them is Nikki. Oh god, how do you pronounce her last name? Amuka Bird. I think is how you pronounce her last name. She plays. I'm pretty sure she's in. Okay, no, that's not the right. It's not the right character. Whoops. One of them is Rupert Grint. I'll say that much. One of them is.
Ron Weasley.
Yeah, and he. Yeah, he's really good in the film as well. He's not in it for very long, but like he's pretty good, and he gives actually a pretty good Southern American accent. You know, him and Daniel Radcliffe actually have pretty good American accents. Emma Watson sadly doesn't, because I was watching a film, I forget which one it was, but I was watching a film with her in it on TV, and she had an American accent. I'm like, oof, that's not very good, Emma. I know Emma Watson's great in her own right, but like, yeah, her American accent's not very good. But like, Rupert Grint does good in this. All around, the acting's really good. And basically, these 4 people take the family hostage, these 2 dads and their daughter, and they're like, look, we apologize. We don't want to do this. And they're very like, you know, they're like, what the hell are you doing? Please let us go. I don't know, like, they're very aggressive. Like, why have you done this? And they're like, we're so sorry. We're terribly sorry for this, but we got a vision of the end of the world, and it's coming in like the next few days. We don't have much time, and the only way in which, you know, the end of the world can happen, the end of the world can be prevented, is if one of you dies. And we can't make that choice for you. You have to make it amongst yourselves, but one of the 3 of you has to die, and it has to be at your own hands. And it's a good premise. They don't really do much with it past the introduction, where they lay it out. It's a very slow film, and they don't really progress through a lot of it. Like, it's like until like the very end. But it's a nice premise, and I think that it's the best strength that the film has is the acting. It's a really interesting film, and it's like kind of like a what would you do in this scenario kind of thing. It's fun. Okay, no, fun's not the word I would use for it, but it's a good film. I don't know where it would rank in all of Shyamalan's films, especially because I haven't seen all of them, but like, I can say it is a good one at the very least. With that being said, the main thing I did throughout October was I had watched all of the Nightmare on Elm Street films. Well, at the very least, most of them, because there was one that I omitted because I'll be real, I didn't want to watch it, and that was the remake. I skipped watching the 2010 remake because I've heard pretty bad things about it, and I'm sure I'll watch it sooner or later, but it's like, for the purposes of this marathon, I was just watching all the films that Robert Englund was in. So yeah, I watched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, New Nightmare, and then ending it with Freddy vs. Jason. And I loved my time with these films. I had a really damn fun time going through all the Nightmare on Elm Street films. I know. What are your guys' experience with the franchise?
I've only seen the first film a long time ago.
I saw the remake and the first film. I like them both.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I also saw the remake. I forgot about that, and it did make me feel a little bit uncomfortable, the remake, but it's because of the subject matter. But
I hear they zone into like the rapiness of fucking Freddy Krueger in that film.
like, I understand why it was done, because that was the original intent in the first movie, but because they couldn't do it, that's why they had to change the thing. So
yeah. My favorite, in fact, I think I'll just give my ranking, like, just from the get-go to kind of give you a bit of a perspective of like how I enjoyed these films. I would say that the best one is the third one, Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. That is by far my favorite film of all of them. Almost tied with the first film. The first film was my second pick in my ranking, because the first film is also
I like
fantastic.
the first film a lot. It has a lot of really interesting kills.
Yeah, it's
I defend the remake. It was the first one I saw. I think it is a little bit weird with certain aspects, but I like that they were trying to go a different direction with it.
I can see that. But yeah, third one's my top, then the first one, then New Nightmare, which wasn't as good as I was hoping it was gonna be, but it's still really damn good. It's still a great time. That's the one where it takes place in quote unquote the real world. And Nancy's actress, what was her name again? Heather Langenkamp. That was her name. It's basically, she plays herself in that film, after having, like, you know, played Nancy in 1 and 3, and they're like, oh, you know, you're gonna return to the role, and she's like, I think I'm done with it, and then Freddy starts to come into the real world, and so she has to deal with, Freddy Krueger actually coming to life. It's a big meta sort of film, and it's really fucking good. But yeah, that's my third pick. Then after that's the fourth one, Dream Master, which was good but not great. Then, actually no, before that, Freddy vs. Jason. Freddy vs. Jason is number 4, and then's the fourth film at number 5. Because God, I loved Freddy vs. Jason. That's now become my new favorite schlocky film. And then yeah, number 5 is the fourth movie. Then I would say it's the second movie, Freddy's Revenge, which is just kind of okay. I feel like they didn't really know where to take the films after the first one. And, like, the second one is very famous for being a very gay movie, which, I mean, is true. But it's, apart from that, it really doesn't have anything really going for it. Not even the kills or Freddy. Because it's the most...
You need to get gayer.
It's the most serious that Freddy ever is, to be real. Then after that, I would say is the fifth one, and then at the dead last is the sixth one, Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Like 5 and 6 are terrible. They're pretty fucking bad.
I've heard nothing but bad things about the last few.
Yeah. 5 and 6 are really shit movies. Like a lot of people like to lump the fourth one in there as well. I think the fourth one's okay. I think the fourth one's a pretty good film, but like Dream Child and Freddy's Dead are both terrible movies. Like and sometimes it's like so bad it's good. Like there are moments of it being so bad it's good, but like a lot of the time it just also ends up being boring, and sometimes it just ends up being so bad that it's just bad. Like God, like the Freddy's Dead looks like it was like shot to be like a straight to VHS movie being real. Like, and it like the VFX in it are so terrible, and like all the characters who we've met up until that point are basically gone. We're dealing with like a completely new cast. You can tell that they're just like done with the franchise, which is why I'm glad that after that film, like, while yes, they did technically make more Nightmare on Elm Street films after the Final Nightmare, it's all different things. Like, you know, like New Nightmare is like a big meta film, which I think is great. Freddy vs. Jason's a crossover, and then we got the remake. So I am glad that after this point they did like creative things like that they wanted to do instead of just like rehashing the same old shit. God, like the VFX in the last few movies are bad, but like Dream Warriors is really good. If there's any Nightmare films I recommend, it's the first and the third one. You don't even need to watch the second one because Nancy's not even in it. But like if there's any films I would recommend from this franchise, it's the first one, the third one, and New Nightmare. Like that kind of acts as like a good trilogy. It's the Nancy trilogy basically, and I would recommend those three because they are by far the best of the franchise. But also, I adore Freddy vs. Jason so much, and I'm gonna read my Letterboxd review word for word. It's how I basically go back to like remind myself of like, you know, of my stuff. But also, my letterbox review for Freddy vs. Jason is word for word peak cinema. There are only so many words I can use to describe how much fun I had watching this. The script, oh my god, the script. It is so damn bad. So bad it wraps around to being amazing. Freddy vs. Jason is pure, unadulterated, trashy fun, and I'm all here for it. On a critical level, it isn't as good as the peaks of the Nightmare on Elm Street series, and likely Friday the 13th as well. I haven't watched the Friday the 13th movie, so I can't judge on that end. But just based on pure enjoyment, this is the most fun I've had with the entire franchise. The thing is, the premise and general outline of the narrative are so good that it doesn't matter how good the writing itself is. They provide a perfect sandbox for these two slashers that make sense for their respective stories, while also allowing the filmmakers to be intentionally bug nuts with their execution. And they deliver in a deliciously over-the-top film that I'll be revisiting again and again for sure. I can't in good faith rate it more than a 7 out of 10, but in my heart it's a 10 because it is absolutely amazing. I loved Freddy vs. Jason. It's so fun.
I need to see any of the Jason films before that, but like I hear it's pretty awesome. So Nightmare was a fun time for you.
it was. And now, I know this has been a long podcast, but now we're on our final entries each. I think we've saved some pretty good ones.
No. We still have one more for Tifa,
right,
the Nun
yeah,
2.
Tifa, go ahead and talk about the Nun 2.
We've been going for 84 years. Ow.
Okay, so I've never seen the first Nun because why? I don't like the Blumhouse Conjuring CU, whatever you want to call it, because I first watched The Conjuring when it first came out because my father figure wanted to watch it, and I looked at him being like, are you sure you want to watch it? Knowing you, this type of movie is not for you. And it wasn't. He had a hard time going to sleep. And I told him, I warned ya. I know you. I warned ya. But anyways, fast forward, I skip all of the movies because I don't fucking care. I don't want to watch them, blah, blah, blah. But a friend of mine was about to watch The Nun with her family, and she invited me, and I'm like, I have some time to waste. What the hell? I'll watch it. And I've never seen the first one. I just know about like a small like synopsis, and that was it. And it's like, okay, the nun is back, and she is killing people because she wants to find this one like artifact from the church, being the eyes of this one saint or whatever. And so we spend most of our time in this school for young girls, religious school for young girls, and hijinks ensue. The nun starts killing people, blah blah blah, left and right, either possessing someone or not, or just making jump scare. And fast forward, it was dumb. It was dumb, but I had a fun time. That's all I can say. It's fucking dumb.
See, I watched The Conjuring not recently, but I watched it when I was younger. I liked it. I mean, I know that people, it glorifies our con artists, but at the same time, I had fun. It's a good horror film, but it's nothing to write home about.
Yeah.
So it falls in line. I'd like to see the rest of the films, but
I haven't seen anything from the Conjuring universe. But with that said, let's go around and let's talk about final entries each. I know you've been waiting for this one, Zen. Go ahead and talk about the game that basically took over your life last year.
And most of this year too. I had to take a break.
Well, yeah, for the first 3 months of this year, yeah.
And I'll probably get back to it. So part of my plan for this year was to get progress in games that had been started and at least get close to finishing them. Binding of Isaac Rebirth is one that, like, an ex of mine had played a little bit and got 2 trophies, and I'm like, I'll get to it eventually. Mm-hmm. So I decided to pick it up because people voted for it. And people also voted for Hades, but I didn't have the money to pick it up until this year, and I have been playing Hades.
Actually,
So people did vote for it,
remember,
and I'll get to it.
I remember exactly what you did. You made a poll, and Binding of Isaac was the last one on that poll, and so you're like, fuck it, I'm playing it now. Which you also just did recently with Forspoken as well.
I've been doing that lately because people want me to play Mass Effect, and I'm like, okay, but you barely voted for Forspoken, so I'm playing that too.
Okay, so to everyone watching this video, whenever Zen makes a poll, and if you want her to tackle something specifically, here's the tip to like get her to play it. Don't vote for it. Like, that's the tip.
Sometimes. It really depends on how petty I am. I was very petty because I wanted to play Forspoken and Binding of Isaac, but so I'm like, okay, I've heard good things about Binding of Isaac. One thing I didn't realize, this is a huge game.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was in for. This is not a sprint. This is not a game that I could just play through. I've been playing this for like 2 years almost, and it's a marathon. I've had to keep going and going and going. So my notes are a little bit more scattershot on what I've been doing, but just give you a basic idea. Binding of Isaac is a roguelike. It's randomly generated, but it's a top-down Legend of Zelda style, but it's a twin-stick shooter. So it's easy to really pick up and play. And the more you play, the better you do, the further you get down, the more items you unlock. A lot of it is RNG. But also it's macabre humor. It's jokingly making fun of religion and stuff like that with macabre stuff. And I mean, you fight sentient poop demons and stuff like that. Like it's fun for me. It's a comfort game. But as of now, I have 500-ish hours into it.
Giant floating vaginas? I've seen it.
Yeah, laser vaginas. It is a lot in this. So it's like, this was a marathon, and 350 hours were spent last year. I have currently about 500-ish hours in the game. We'll see how much I get to next time, but it's just like kind of every single time you play, you get more and more and better. And I was just like, okay, so I started by playing like different characters, and I unlocked every character, and then I beat Judas. I beat Satan and Isaac, which are two of some of the later game bosses with the first 4 characters. And then I'm just like, you know what? Let's just go and play and get some of the secrets and like play normally. But then I was just like, all right, we gotta focus, because like I want to feel like I'm accomplishing things. And the good thing about Binding of Isaac, well, it has a lot of hair-pulling moments. A lot of the trophies are just by getting like the marks and just doing things with certain characters.
Yeah.
So Golden God, you get all the endings of the game, and that just means like, hey, beaten everything, like each boss with each character, and then defeat Mega Satan, which Mega Satan is the final secret boss. Beat the church and the dark room, and like things unlock slowly. So like you don't get Sheol or the church at first. Like you have to like keep going to unlock them. So like you get that. Then I'm like, all right, so I got all the endings. Next, I went for the no damage trophies, because God, they're pain. They took a while. By that point, I'm like, okay, so I have 100 secrets. More than like we're getting there. We're slowly rushing, because there's 178 secrets in the base game. So we're gonna go for that. I beat Boss Rush with a bunch of characters, and then I'm like, this is getting hard. So I went to my friend Lotus Prince, and I'm like, you've beaten this 100%. How do I do this? Like, what is the deal with different characters? And he gave me a lot of really good advice. So thank you, Lotus. So with it in 230 hours, I managed to get all normal marks for Isaac and Maggie done. So like all that is 230 hours. All normal marks for all characters done in 250. So like by that point, I was good enough for the normal mode. Like, okay, so we're doing good. We're getting things. And then I unlocked the Lost, 263 hours in. That's the final character. And then I was like, all right, you know what? Let's tackle the challenges. I tried doing hard mode. I did some with Isaac, but I wasn't really great with it. So let's go for the challenges, unlock more items. It took me total, like, from 263 hours to 350 hours to beat all 20 challenges. Yeah. But I did it. And then I was burnt out because I'm like, even though the game is addictive, even though I was playing it like on and off, it just, after a while, I'm like, I need a break. And I had that same moment when I beat all the hard marks for everyone except for the Lost, because I haven't done anything with the Lost yet. But like, just this year I did like the hard marks. Like, there's just so much to do. And I have one more secret. I literally right now have one more secret for the base game to get what's called Platinum God. But it's not really the Platinum God. Like, it's not the Platinum Trophy. In order to get the Platinum Trophy, you need real Platinum God, which is Platinum the DLC. And then there's more DLC. It's like, I'm barely even done. I'm not even halfway done.
At the very least, now that you're taking a break, you can finally play Hades and Mass Effect and such. So I can't wait for that.
Yeah, I took a break so I could play Hades, and then like Hades is a lot simpler, but also I'm like, it's another roguelike, so I'm like, all right, I'm also playing Forspoken so I could actually have something to beat. Yeah. And I like Forspoken. But the thing is, like, The Binding of Isaac is a fantastic game. Yeah. But it takes a lot to get things done, and it just a lot of it's luck, a lot of it's finding the right items, a lot of it's planning your run, some of it's skill, but like it just takes a while to get everything going. It is a marathon. I'm not even close to being done. I will go back with DLC sometime soon, but like,
yeah, it's why I haven't it's why I haven't really gone into roguelikes myself. It's like, I'm sure that there are definitely those that I will like, including Hades, but it's like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I want to have games that I can beat and like knock off the backlog first and foremost before like getting
Hades is a lot easier, I will say, because it has RPG elements where you can level up your character as you go. It's not just RNG, and so that's a little bit better.
Yeah.
But like with Binding of Isaac, it's just like, oh my god, how long have I been at this? Like, yeah. I've just been doing this, and like I have to give myself breaks. And as much as I wanted to do that, like, I'm currently only about 53% done with trophies in the game. And even then, like, that's not counting. I have one more secret left for the base game, but then there's, like, the Wrath of the Lamb DLC that was baked into Rebirth, and then there's Afterbirth, Afterbirth Plus, and Repentance. And it's just, like, I want to make a video essay.
Yeah, an essay.
Like, just... on this, but it's just like, it's gonna take me a lot, and I don't know when, but like, this is just, it's probably gonna be for the next few years I'm gonna be playing this. But for now, back to Forspoken, because like, I can finish things.
Yeah. With that said, Tifa, do you want to go into your last entry?
Yeah. Okay. So anybody who knows me knows that I am a big fan of Journey to the West ever since, I want to say, 2018-ish. And then in 2020, Lego decided to make a show being a spin-off of Journey to the West, animated by the wonderful Flying Bark Studios, the people who are responsible for Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. A few episodes of, I think it's either the entirety of the What If series of Marvel, and of course, Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the best form of turtles. So yeah. And so they worked on Lego Monkey Kid, and in 2020 they released the first season, and throughout these last 4 years they have released 4 seasons. Last year they released season 4, but we have been the fandom has been eagerly awaiting for any news of season 5. So we have not yet known what's up, so all we can do is scrounge through the internet to find any scrap of info, because Lego is unfortunately not that good in marketing this show over here at the States.
Yeah, like all my exposure to like Lego Monkey Kid, which I haven't seen, and neither is Zen, like all of it has been through like, you know, you talking about it and like people online talking about it, because like otherwise I would never ever learn of the series.
Yeah. One
It's
thing
more
I do want
popular,
to
it's
say,
in Asia.
like, I heard of like Lego Legends of Chima, and I thought it was like one of those things, but this is a little bit different. But I will say, you talking about Lego Monkey Kid and patroning me to review it eventually.
Yeah.
Has gotten me back into Lego. So this July, when I went to the wedding, I got a Lego kit. We have a sideshow planned called Building with the Bun. Working on just Lego creations and having fun. The thing I like about Lego is that anyone can just pick it up and build and have fun with it. And I'm back into Lego big time, so I may pick up Lego Monkey Kid or just play more of the Lego games. The Lego games are great.
Yes. And yeah, as Zen and you, Phil, have been saying, it's because of me that you guys know about this show. And that's been part of my goal, being like, hey, since Lego isn't promoting it, me and the rest of the fandom are gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
You're gonna do that for them.
Yeah, because it is unfair. And I actually met Alejandro Saab, a voice actor who portrays the six-eared macaque in season 4 after, I can't remember which episode.
Macaque.
Yeah,
He's
because
also,
the original...
He's also Akihiko in Persona 3 Reload, and he's the VTuber Sayu.
Yes, Sayu. He replaced the rest in peace, the legend. Oh, I feel sad. Sorry. He was such a good voice actor. Sorry about that. My brain just went into like, no.
It's okay. You're good.
The marvelous voice actor who unfortunately passed away literally last year when the season was airing, Billy Comets. And oh, it's so sad. Sorry. Billy Comets was such a great voice actor, but unfortunately he passed away. So Alejandro Saab took the mantle to replace him after his last episode that he managed to record for season 4. Season 4 of Lego Monkey Kid is more about like trying to discover who you are, but at the same time deal with your past and your past mistakes. And this is mostly because of Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Of course, more people from his past coming to wreck shit up because of things that he did. And you get to see like the crew of Lego Monkey Kid like connect with their past selves, or just the people who they represent in the future. Like Sandy connects with Xiao Wuqing, who was the original Sandy in the pilgrimage. Pigsy connects with Shu Bajie, also the original Pigsy. Wukong does not connect with anybody because he's trying to escape from this oh god, what was it? This tome of memory that he had like locked up, which is the cause of all of the bullshit that's happening in season 4. That releases the Azure Lion, one of his comrades. And you also have Mei, the white dragon girl, who she manages to meet up with her great ancestor Ao Lie, who was the original white dragon horse. And Monkey Kid, however, MK, the protagonist of the show, unfortunately does not find like his own ancestor, which a lot of people thought that, oh, isn't Monkey King your dad? And MK is like, no, Pigsy is, because MK was raised by Pigsy all this time. And so the rest of the people go through their own respective ancestor or representatives' past lives. They meet up with Wukong, but it's a little bit too late because the actual antagonist of this season, which is the Azure Lion, manages to release his 2 buddies, who were also buddies with Wukong way back in the day, when he was proclaimed the Great Sage Eagle to Heaven. Oh boy, it's
a lot, and I'm gonna have to stop you from explaining the entire story of season 4 just for the sake of time.
I was gonna halt there because Ah, God, because you also have the special, which each season of Lego Monkey Kid has a special, whether it's at the beginning of the season or at the end of the season. Which in season 4, it's the latter. It's like the special happens at the end of the season, but in order to not spoil anything, you just have to watch the show yourselves in whatever way possible, because Amazon only has the first 2 seasons, while Happy Kids, the TV app, has the other 2 seasons, which is season 3 and season 4, which is bullshit because there's no way
Yeah.
you can actually watch the show complete in a legal source.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I don't come
and you and Zen have me for resources.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
You're my T-source, Tifa
Yes.
resource. And speaking of Sonic,
I'll have to turn it in possibly tomorrow, because after my meeting I'm gonna go full on editing, and right now after we clock out I have dinner.
Yeah,
I need food and then sleep.
I don't blame you for that, because like we've been going for over 4 hours now. Yeah. With that said, let us jump over to the final thing we're going to talk about today. It's going to be my final entry, and it's probably my favorite thing I watched from last year. Let me have a quick glance at my letterbox. Okay, it's one of my favorite things I watched last year. It is the Netflix anime, and yes, it is an anime, Mal, my anime list. Okay, I know you don't include it on your website, but it is, because it was made by Science Saru and has a mostly Japanese crew, you bastards. But it is the Netflix anime Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. If you know me, I'm a big Scott Pilgrim guy. Zen and I did an
nerd.
Zen and I, you're with me on that, because we did an 1.5 hour long review of Scott Pilgrim back at it was like the beginning of 2021, and it was a great,
Milk and eggs, bitch.
it was a great time.
Once you were vegan, now you'll be gone.
Vegan. But yeah, we had a great time reviewing the movie Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which is of course based on the comic series Scott Pilgrim, which is a 6-volume graphic novel written by Brian Lee O'Malley. Those are amazing as well. I love the comics. I love the movie. The game's really good as well. And I'm just a big Scott Pilgrim guy. And you know me, I was saying, well, okay, you probably would have remembered me saying at the end of that Scott Pilgrim review, I was basically saying, I would love if there was a Scott Pilgrim animated series. I'm like, give us a Scott Pilgrim animated series covering the events of all 6 volumes, and that's gonna sell like hotcakes, and it would be so good, just so good. And then we got the announcement that, oh yeah, we, and by we I mean like Brian Lee O'Malley and Netflix they're partnering with he was partnering with Netflix and partnering with Science Saru to make an anime adaptation of Scott Pilgrim. And I was just like, oh my god, yes. And they put out a teaser for it revealing that the entire original cast for the movie was coming back for the anime. All except for the Kariyanagi twins, which makes sense because they never got any lines in the movie to begin with. And I was like, yes. We can have a proper, episode for episode, or volume for volume adaptation of the original comics. And, oh, that's gonna be so good. And then we got the trailers. The animation style was just looking amazing, just really faithful to Brian Lee O'Malley's style. And then we got the series itself, and let's just say it's not an adaptation. A lot of people.
I haven't seen it yet, so I can't really.
Me
I don't want
neither.
you to
I'm
spoil
not,
too much.
I'm not going to spoil most of the series. I won't okay. So a lot of people have compared this to the rebuild of Evangelion movies and Final Fantasy VII Remake. And yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake to a lesser extent, because FF7 Remake is still largely a remake. It's just spoilers for that. I can't say anything. But yeah, so basically, what I'm basically saying is, it's it's not just that it adds stuff to the story, it's that the story is completely different. And it basically stems from like the end of the first episode, because the first episode is all the same. It's basically an adaptation of volume 1 of the story, and I will admit, episode 1 had me worried. It's the worst episode of the series by far. Of all 8 episodes, it is the worst episode of the series by far. And I think that largely stems from the fact that their adaptation of volume 1 feels very rushed. It feels like they're not putting as much visual style and energy into it as the film did. And so I was just like, oh no, the entire series isn't going to be like this, is it? Because it's like, I'm liking it enough, but like, it didn't feel as good as the movie. And then the end of episode 1 happens, and this is just, the first episode, so I'll leave it at this. And then the rest of the series, I'll leave as vague as possible, because I want you, Zen and Tifa, I want you guys to watch it mostly blind. Episode 1 ends with Matthew Patel beating Scott. He beats Scott. And I just looked at the screen, I was like, what? Fucking what? And
doesn't he have like his extra life like in the movie?
Well, no, at this point he doesn't get it. Yeah, so as far as we're aware, Scott Pilgrim is dead. But, and again, this is the part I'm going to be vague on. I don't want to say much beyond this point, because that is such a good hook, and I want you guys to watch the series for yourself to really see the rest of the plot. Basically, the show becomes about Ramona, and she takes the lead as the protagonist. And there is enough reason to suspect that Scott Pilgrim may either be alive or something else may have happened to him, and she's basically going on this journey to find out what happened to Scott, because she was like, okay, well, I just spent a date, like 2 or so dates with this guy, but you know what? I had a fun time, and I want to see, I want to see him again, and I want, like, to be happy, so, like, let's go out and, like, let's try and find out what happened to this guy. And oh my god, it is such a good story. Like, Ramona, like, this show is probably the best Ramona has ever been, and I love her in the original comics, and she's still really good in the movie as well. This is the best she has ever been. Just seeing her go on this quest to find Scott, and seeing the character growth she has, it's so good. Seeing her interact with all the exes is great. And I don't want to... there's a lot I want to say, but I can't say it because it's such a good series. Because by the end of the first episode, I was confused. By the end of the second episode, I was on board and it's so excited. I was like, oh my god, new Scott Pilgrim story in 2023. And I was so excited to watch the rest of the series. It is such a fun time. And if you are a Scott Pilgrim fan, you are going to adore this series. People have said that you shouldn't watch this until you've read the comic. I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think you need to have read the comic in order to properly experience this. The comic does help slightly, but if you've only seen the movie, I think that I think watching the series is still a good way to go about things. Because at the end of the day, you shouldn't watch it on its own because it is a sequel to the story that came before. But I do think that it is a story that still works in spite of the fact that, like, it completely subverts your expectation. It's so good. And the voice acting is mostly good. There are some stilted performances because you can tell that some of these actors aren't used to performing in voice acting and are more so live action actors. But a lot of them do really well. Roxy's actor, who's also the voice actress for Amity in the Owl House. She does she does an amazing job. Michael Cera does so good as Scott here. He does really fucking good, better than the movie actually. Like, I had to like double take. I was like, is that really Michael Cera? And like, yeah, sure enough, it is. But he gives a different inflection on Scott that like I wasn't expecting, and he does so damn good. In fact, I would say most of the Evil X's are really good in this, including Chris Evans, who is fucking...
Well, Chris Evans always good.
Chris Evans is so good here. He's so good. Like, there's this one scene where he just turns to the camera, he's like, my god. Because, like, he realizes he's been duped, and it's like, it's the funniest scene. Oh
My
it's,
God.
it's such a funny show. I can't recommend it enough. Like, you know, if you're a Scott Pilgrim fan, you need to watch this show. It's not what you might be expecting, but it is so damn good, and it's one of my favorite things from last year. I adore this. I adore this show, and the reason why it's like this is because Brian Lee O'Malley basically said that they had the option of doing something new or doing an adaptation, and they didn't want to do an adaptation because he gets bored by telling the same story again and again and again. And honestly, I get it. I fully get it. And so and as soon as I saw where the series was going with the second episode, I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm so on board with this. I think it's going to be a great series, and it was. And I think it sticks the landing. I think the story it tells is fantastic, and yeah, I highly recommend that. Recommend Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. It is such a good series.
Nee.
Yeah.
4 hours
Am I allowed
later,
to leave? Am I allowed to leave
I
now?
need food.
With that said,
I need food.
thank you all for joining us on this big, massive thing. We probably won't do this again until the 2024 media list. Until then, we will have plenty of episodes that we're going to do this year. We want to have 2 streams dedicated to Chainsaw Man, because Zen and I haven't read the full thing, and we want to read through all of part 1 before it gets fully animated. We're going to do One Piece live action, like I said before. I want to show I want to show Tifa Fate Stay Night, because she's never experienced it. But
I don't know what this fate is. All I know is that I have to finish Danganronpa.
But up next, the next episode of the Backslog, which will probably be around early to mid-April, Zen and I, and also Tifa, if she wants to join, and so far she has said yes, we are going to be doing all of the Indiana Jones films. It's going to be all in one stream, and we're going to, because for the Disney debate, Zen has to watch Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Problem is that she hasn't watched all the Indiana Jones films up until that point, so she's going to watch them all up until Dial of Destiny, so she can comment on Dial of Destiny for the top 10 films of 2023 for the Disney debate. But the thing is, she's not really going to have room to talk about all the indie films. So I was like, okay, let's do that as a podcast. So she recommended it, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. Let's watch all the Indiana Jones films for the Backslog. And so that's what's going to be next time. So join us next time on the Backslog when we talk about all 5 Indiana Jones films. Until then,
Which I'm going to start watching tomorrow because I need sleep and
yeah,
food.
and food. Please eat, for the love of God. With that being said, I'm Philip.
I'm Zenith Warrior Princess, the cutest of buns.
We will catch you guys next time. Thank you for listening to all over 4 hours of this, and I think it's probably like around like 7-ish hours if you watch this in conjunction with the first part. So thank you for listening
But
to us.
please give it a
ramble.
watch. Please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Let us know if you like this. Give us comments. Feedback is always appreciated, except for you, Nick. I know we love you, Nick.
we love you, Nick.
But let us know how we can improve going forward as a podcast format. But other than that, have a good one, everybody.
Bye. Take care, everyone.